see the finisher on the right.
lieu. And could those students
Madam Clerk, are we ready to go? I think we have a quorum, so. Yeah, all right. So we're going to get started again. We are out from closed session and there's nothing to report at this time. Our next item is item 4, which is a study session. And it's on 4075 El Camino Real. It's a request for pre-screening of a proposal to modify an existing plan community to allow 14 additional senior convalescent units, including an increase in the floor area ratio, lot coverage, density, and height within the daylight plane. Hello, Mr. Late and Ms. Foley.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And welcome back, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm joined by Emily Callis, who will give a brief presentation on this study session.
Good evening. My name is Emily Callis. I'm the project planner for this pre-screening. This is 4075 El Camino Way, a pre-screening for an amendment to a planned community zone project. Next slide, please. A council pre-screening is required for legislative changes such as a PC amendment, and this is prior to submittal of a formal application. So tonight we are asking that you refrain from forming firm opinions supporting or opposing the project, as the project will return as a formal application and quasi-judicial item at a later date. Thanks. This pre-screening proposes to add 14 additional assisted living or convalescent units to an existing 121 unit assisted living and memory care facility. No change to the overall building height is proposed, but the proposed units would encroach into the daylight plane. And as a note, a convalescent use is considered a commercial use. These units do not have kitchens and therefore are not considered housing units towards our RENA allocation. Next. This map shows the location of the property on El Camino Way. There's also a small amount of frontage on West Meadow Drive. And as you can see, the project to the rear is adjacent to single family houses. Next. This is the site plan for the proposed project. The darker spaces on the footprint of the building currently exist, but would be increasing in height. So the 9 existing step back areas would be increasing at various points, either from 1 story to 3 stories or from 2 stories to 3 stories. The 10th gray area here, the one furthest to the right, closest to West Meadow Drive, would be a 300 square foot addition that is also 2 stories tall. This shows conceptual elevations for the project, but I want to call attention to the sections on the left side of the screen that show the proposed daylight plane encroachment. So this encroachment is more at a corner than at a full wall plane as shown here, but it shows that at various points along the building, that encroachment would vary from 6 feet to closer to 12 feet. Next slide, please. And this shows the east and west elevations, whereas the previous slide showed the north and south elevations. The key considerations for this pre-screening, as a planned community project, it's required to have a public benefit. And in this case, it would be providing additional housing for seniors. But this is a PC amendment rather than a new PC. And then in terms of the development standards, as previously presented, it encroaches into the daylight plane adjacent to single family houses. It would add 14 units, which would be increasing the density, and no additional parking is provided, though sufficient parking is already on site. And so staff recommends that council conducts a pre-screening to provide informal comments. and the comments provided during this pre-screening process are not considered binding. So that concludes the staff presentation, and the applicant is also available to make a brief presentation.
Please come forward and present. Thank you.
I'm with WellQuest Living. We are the operator manager of Palo Alto Commons and the Avant. And so we're representing Palo Alto Commons and the Reller family here tonight with respect to this application. I would assume you're familiar with this community, with this project. It's been a vibrant and active part of your senior housing offering since the 90s. And we believe that this is an important project because it is going to help maintain the viability of Palo Alto Commons for a long time. We provide assisted living services and memory care services in that building. The building is full. It's bounced back from the challenges of COVID and has been full. So we know there's additional demand for these services in this community. The Reller family developed the Avant a few years ago to expand kind of the product offering and provide additional independent living units at that location. But we feel like there's additional demand for assisted living as well. The building is 30 plus years old right now. We're in the midst of an existing renovation to really modernize some of the common areas and make sure that going forward, the community is able to continue to provide the excellent care and services that the residents have enjoyed since inception. So really, what we're looking to do is make sure that Palo Alto Commons maintains its viability and is able to continue to provide a very high level of care and service to the seniors in Palo Alto for an extended period of time. I'll quickly go through this. If you have questions, please interrupt, ask them at any point. I don't want to be redundant with what staff has outlined, but I'll quickly just flip through these slides. Do I control the slide thing or? Okay. I already kind of showed you the location. Let's flip to the next slide. Today, Palo Alto Commons offers 121 assisted living and memory care units. As was mentioned, the Avant is another 44 units of independent living. We're proposing to add 14 units, for the most part sticking within the existing building footprint, doing a small additional footprint expansion on the portion of the building that is immediately behind the Salvation Army. If we flip to the next slide showing the zoning map, the project would slightly increase the FAR. It does still stay within the parking requirement. And the reality is the level of care that we provide to our residents in Palo Alto Commons, they're not drivers. So we won't be adding an additional need by adding additional 14 units. We provide van and car service to take them to any of the needs they have in the community. We have been mindful of the daylight plane requirement, and we'll show you some slides of how that will play out and impact the neighbors. We try to be a good neighbor. We have reached out to all of the neighbors that do abut the property and have had a few comments come back and have tried to be responsive to those. If we could flip to the next slide. This is really just showing where we're planning to make these additions. So the top is showing the existing building as is, and the bottom is kind of filling in some of those gaps where the building is 1 and 2 stories, adding units on the 2nd and 3rd levels to just increase the unit offering. If we flip the next slide, because this is a mature project, it also has mature landscaping. So there are a number of large trees all along the back fence, between us and the residential neighborhood. We are proposing to plant some additional trees to just provide additional screening and buffer from our neighbors. But as we walked the property even this afternoon, there's pretty significant tree coverage between us and our neighbors along that back fence. The next slide just shows some existing photos of the back line of the property where we would be doing the expansion. And we've tried to superimpose in the red what the building additions would look like, you know, kind of from that back fence, from the back area, looking up at it. Screening. It's clearly not any long distance view that is obstructed. We think it does have minimal view impact, but it does, you know, provide further encroachment towards those back neighbors. We're aware and acknowledging that. The next slide is a tent diagram, kind of showing how the existing building fits within the daylight setback, and then what we're proposing, how it impacts, and where the additions would cut into the daylight plane. The next slide does the same thing, kind of illustrating where the daylight plane is impacted by the additional units. And then similar to what was presented by staff, these are kind of some side cut diagrams that show how the daylight plane impacts the existing, or is different from the existing and impacts. The next couple of slides are a shadow study, you know, kind of taken at 3 different times of the year. They're a little bit hard to tell, you know, the significant difference, but there is an impact with shadows. Obviously, the December 21 is when sun is the lowest and have the biggest impact on shadows. But we're also showing that kind of with a March timeline and a June timeline. So you can see the impact on shadows. And then finally, the last slide is just showing that as part of this project, once we complete the construction, we're going to just give the building a facelift and, you know, kind of proposing a new color scheme, refresh the exteriors. The current renovation that we're doing right now is modifying the common areas, the main lobby, the activity space, the central courtyard, and creating some additional dining for some of our higher need residents. So once we complete phase 1, we're hoping to work with you to then move on to phase 2, which would primarily be the unit expansion. And then at the end of that, we would do the exterior improvements that, you know, would just make this building look good as new and maintain its viability for a long time into the future. Happy to answer any questions about this, but we're happy to be working with you and appreciate staff's cooperation as we try to bring what we think is a needed additional asset to the city of Palo Alto.
Thank you. Will you stay at that first bench in case there's any questions?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so if any of my colleagues have questions for staff or for the applicant, well, not yet, the pre-screening. Oh, Councilmember Burt.
Not because I'm anxious to go first, but to get the ball rolling. So couple of things. First, a general comment that I think both the Avant and the Commons are really valuable assets to supporting our senior needs in the community. And assisted living is a particular strong need. The biggest concern concerns I have are first on the impact of on the daylight plane. When this project was constructed, I think it was designed with the step downs at the rear, specifically so it would respect those daylight planes. And so going from, these are, the homes on Wilkie are modest one-story homes. I see two of them have ADUs now. And the ADUs are right at the back of the property, more sensitive to the daylight plane. Going from 2 stories to 1 story is a transition that we typically allow 3 to 1. I wonder if staff can remind us, even though this is a PC, in our standard zoning for a circumstance like this, what transition would we require from a multi-density residential to what we used to call single family R1 zoning?
So the daylight plane that applies to the R1 zone, which at the rear is measured 16 feet from grade and at an angle, I believe I would have to look up
I'm
the
sorry,
exact.
and I wasn't clear enough. The daylight plane, I get that's pretty clear there. I'm talking about the height transition. I should have just said irrespective of the daylight plane impact.
The maximum height for a PC adjacent to single family zone is 35 feet. The existing height of the building is 32 feet, 5 inches, and that would not be changing.
The 3-story ones would still be below the 35 feet.
Correct.
And we would allow that 35 feet adjacent to the R1.
Yes.
No additional
With the-
setback requirement. I thought there was a distance.
Yeah, so there's no additional step back per se, but because the daylight plane also applies, that would push it further back.
Okay, thanks. And then this question for the applicant, if that's okay. So you have a moderate sized surface parking lot in the front, and you have the units in the front that are already, are they 3 stories or 4?
3.
3.
Yeah.
We've been embracing higher density right along the El Camino corridor. Have you looked at adding your additional square footage either to those 3-story units, or would they not be able to structurally have another story, or potentially even to that surface parking area and building on top of that with podium parking or something?
We haven't honestly looked at those alternatives. It would be difficult to cover that parking simply because that is kind of the turnabout and where visitors are dropped off and where we bring the van. We wouldn't want to, push that towards the street. So I think it's important to maintain a flow of traffic there to the front door. We do have, structured parking. So the primary parking for the building is below grade underneath the building. So we haven't looked at those options. We felt like this one had minimal impact and was most viable to also create the least disruption through construction to the existing resident population.
Well, that was one of the other questions too. I saw a note to the council from one of the existing residents, I think it was, concerned about construction impacts. I guess they'd probably still be significant, even if you think they're less with this design. And then on the parking, when you add 14 units, you have a certain ratio of staff, though, to assisted living residents. What is that ratio?
There's not a state mandated staff.
No, but I mean, what's your current ratio?
It varies from our levels of care. So we have parts of our community where we're staffed on a 1-to-4 ratio. Where we're adding these units, they would be more traditional assisted living. And so staffing runs 1-to-8 to 1-to-10.
Okay, so 1 to 2 additional parking needs.
Yeah.
And how occupied is your current parking on site typically?
It's really not that utilized.
Okay.
Most of our employees use public transportation. And so our parking garage, we do allow some employee parking there. For the most part, there's not a need. And the residents, it's underutilized.
And that's interesting. You say that most of your employees use public transportation. Is that the VTA line up and down El Camino?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's something that we might want to look at in terms of VTA has very economical employee passes, and maybe that would be something that we'd want to look at as a condition of approval in the future.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I still don't see any more lights. Okay. We lit up. Councilmember Liscott Hams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank staff for the presentation and the applicant as well. My question is around the public benefit required for PC zones. I understand that we require 20% affordable, and there is no affordable component to these 14 units. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, council member. So I want to make a distinction between the pre-screening idea before you today and what you're referencing, which is the planned home zoning application. They functionally, they follow the same process. It's the same provision of the code. But the PC that's before you as a study session tonight isn't subject to those PHZ additional sort of threshold standards for submittal. In other words, they're not required to have the 20% inclusionary, and they're not required to have the more housing units than jobs generated. That was specifically called out for a subset of PC applications that just dealt with housing units, because prior to that time, the city council had said we're not interested in entertaining any new PC applications. Though at that time, I will note there was an acknowledgement that there are many PCs already out there, and the council was willing to consider amendments to existing PCs. So in this particular instance, the inclusionary requirement and the workforce and the housing and jobs requirement are not applicable or would not be applicable to this particular application if filed.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And overall, really appreciate Palo Alto Commons, the service you provide. I agree with Councilmember Burt, a strong reputation, and has filled a need the community has needed for a long time and is going to continue to need as the population ages here in Palo Alto. You addressed my questions around the shuttle services and the lack of demand for parking. So that addressed one of my two concerns, which was the lack of parking. I feel good about that now. Second one still seems to be around the daylight plane. And I was thinking very similarly to Councilmember Burt, if possible, I think it'd be better off to move those units to the front, just given the nature of what we're starting to see on El Camino. If that's not possible, as policymakers, we're always having to make trade-offs, and a trade-off here would be daylight plane. And your slides were helpful. We went through those a little quickly on the actual intrusion into that daylight plane. So I want to look at that a little closer after. Since it's just a pre-screening, so I'm interested in looking at that a little closer. But the balance between that and being in this 14 units, at least as of now, is tilting the balance there. So glad to see that this project coming before us and those additional opportunities. I guess one concern I have is regarding the construction and possible displacement of residents during that time. So through the chair, can I ask a question of the applicant?
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to be sure, will there be any displacement of existing residents during the time of that construction?
Hope not. We hope it would be minimal. The construction that we're underway with right now to the community as a whole is actually significantly more disruptive because we are completely redoing the center courtyard and there's no way to access that except through the lobby. And so we've been doing demolition and now starting to do new construction, bringing wheelbarrows through our main lobby. There are residents that are bothered by it. There's residents that are thrilled by it to be able to watch the activity, and they're excited about what the eventual, finished product will be. The second phase, where we add these units, will have the luxury of building from the outside in instead of the inside out. So we won't have to come through the building and disrupt, the services and the activities and everything else that's happening within the building. It will impact certain units. If we're building on top of that unit, we're going to have to tear off a roof and we're going to be going up. It will be noisy. So there is a chance that a person would be displaced from their unit. We will manage so that as we lead up to that, we make sure we retain some vacant units so that we can keep them in the community, move them to a more suitable location while we do the construction, and then get them back into their home, into their unit when we're finished. So we're very mindful of that. I want to make sure that we impact our residents as minimally as possible. And so we'll take every opportunity to move them within the community and then get them back into their home.
Great. Thank you. That was the answer I was hoping to hear. And the unit next to my apartment is being renovated right now. It is very frustrating. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that additional noise, but for the betterment of everyone else to be able to get those additional units, I think everybody will be hopefully patient during that time. So yeah, again, overall supportive of this, concerns about those daylight planes. I'd be interested to see if you can get creative to either move the units or reduce that impact as much as possible. I really appreciate the addition of the additional screening trees. I think that will really help. And again, if you're able to possibly move those units to the front, be interesting to see too, can you get more units in there as well and actually be able to increase the number of units from 14 given that move. So thank you again.
We will look at that. Most of the front of the building is 3-story. And so we couldn't add above that without, breaching the 35-foot height limitation. But we'll absolutely explore those options, and we'll work with staff to make sure we're viewing any intrusion into the daylight plane in the same fashion and trying to minimize that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And also thank you to staff and to applicant for your presentations. My parents spent more than 15 years in various senior living situations, 3 different ones, actually, 2 of which were local. So I've observed closely and care deeply about senior residences, and I know they're not easy things to manage. There's all kinds of different care levels. That's something where, you're dealing with people's homes, but people who are in a vulnerable time of their life. So this is a very important conversation. And my instinct, like my colleagues, is that there is a great need in our community for additional assisted living beds, but I didn't hear that very clearly from you, from the applicant. You talked about it's full, so there's demand, feel like there's additional demand. I'm just curious, do you have waiting lists? Is this something, I don't know, through the chair, may I ask that? I'd like to hear a little bit more about the need in the community.
Yeah, we do have waiting lists for certain types of units. We don't have, a waiting list. Assisted living in particular is extremely need driven. Yeah. So independent living, you can plan. You can say, I think I'm at the point that I don't want to maintain the yard. I don't think I want to cook my meals anymore. And you can make the plan to transition into independent living where you can have those needs met for you. Assisted living is a little different. We tend to admit most of our residents after they have had some change in condition. And whether that is a fall or just a deterioration or a hospital visit, and then they need to move in pretty quickly. So it's less common in our industry to build a long wait list for assisted living or memory care because it is so need-based. But we do stay full. Our vacancy tends to be the time that it takes to turn a unit after somebody vacates. And so, we feel confident that And we're unique. We provide a very, very high level of care, more so than most of our competitors. We feel like that's the niche that we serve.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll move on to a different topic. I join my colleagues in concern about the daylight plane. I actually rode my bike yesterday down around the property just to see how it's situated now, and then down Wilkie Way to kind of look up and see what it looks like. It's a little hard to see because the fence is almost a wall all the way around. It's pretty tall, but it was it did help me sort of visualize it. And the added height on the back, since it's in kind of a sawtooth arrangement, there are some that it seems that I think the drawing showed that if they were 3 is negligible or no impact on the daylight plane. But I'm wondering whether it's, the others closer could stay at 2 stories. I know there's at least one, I think, that goes up from 1 to 2, and that doesn't seem to cause much issue. But that is a concern. I'm intrigued by the idea of putting the adding a 4th floor up toward El Camino. I know that would be cause us to deviate from the height limit, but I would be receptive to doing that were that feasible from a construction standpoint. I take your point about the residents while they're there having to deal with ingress and egress through construction up front, but the back seems like it would have the same kind of access problems as perhaps some of your courtyards. So it just, I don't know, I would be very interested were you to return to hear about some of those options and the impact on the residents as well as the neighbors from that. So that's quite interesting. There was one comment in a public comment just about HVAC structures on top of the 3 stories. It would seem like if those could be, even if it goes to 3, kept further away from the fence line, that would be helpful as well. I noticed just a random thing that there aren't any, there's no bicycle parking for visitors, and that would be lovely. If that seems like a fairly simple thing that could be added as we're trying to get, really encourage in town the multimodal methods of transport. And I just wanted to make a quick comment about parking spaces because I'm glad to hear that previously you've had extra ones, so I'm not suggesting you need to add them, but I do think they're important because while you provide with your vans transport to shopping, medical appointments and the like that people in assisted living might need, and they may not drive, their visitors may. So I know when I would pick up my parents, if I could, and it wasn't just picking them up, you'd want to stop in early and stay later because it's their home, and there's a dignity in entertaining and having people in your home, even when you're in assisted living. And I think making sure that we provide for that really enhances sort of the quality of life of the residents. So I didn't want to give that too short of shrift, although in this instance, it doesn't look like you need to add any. And I think that sums up my comments, but thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say we're going to go to public comments and then we'll come back to council for another round. So Madam Clerk. These are items not on the agenda. I mean, these are comments.
Our first speaker is Aram James.
So, Julie Haynes's question was really what I wanted to know. And I thought I was underwhelmed by Mr. Late's response. And I interviewed with my mom, my wife and I, to the Commons several times. They were always very, very nice to us. And my mother certainly wasn't a low-income individual. She was a very successful businesswoman. But I'll tell you that when you added up the numbers, they were like 200,000. And Mom passed in 219, so probably it was 218 217 when we interviewed there. When you start adding up the numbers, $250,000 a year. We went to a lot of different places. That, like I said, the Commons, we were on a waiting list when Mom was still getting home care. I never saw a Black person in the Commons. And so I'm wondering how receptive, even though Mr. Late says, oh, no, they're not zoned for that kind of responsibility, whether the applicant wants to do something so that we get a cross-section of people at the Commons, maybe 4 or 5 of your places put aside at a substantially lower cost. That would really be important to me. My wife and I, we went around and we interviewed over at the Jewish Community Center. Ultimately went beautiful place, Gordon Manor in Redwood City that had an acre behind with land and vegetables growing and chickens and a variety of stuff. But in the best of circumstances, it's still a very stressful situation. And Yvenko made the point, you need to have parking to visit as well. The importance of those visits to Mom and to me, my wife, my family was absolutely critical. But, Julie, maybe you can follow up, since they're probably not going to give me a chance and just a mere citizen, Julie Lithcott-Hames, to the applicant to see if they would be receptive to some lower income. And that's that's defined very strangely in Palo Alto. Lower income sometimes is $150,000 or whatever, to see if the applicant really wants to make a difference in the community or whether they want to keep it mostly very, very wealthy white folks in the Commons.
Our next speaker is Mona He.
Now, hi, thank you, council member to
Bring your mic down a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, council member, to hear my feedback. So, property owner on the corner of the new proposal on the left side of the corner, and okay, so I try to point it out. If you look at this plan, so the most new houses are all proposed built along the fence line of the Wilkie residence. So, and those are houses very, very close to our backyard. And I took some picture today, and the current house, the current building, it's already actually cast a huge shadow in our backyard. So with in another 2-story or 1-story added on, we pretty much not going to see sun for the rest of the afternoon. And our yard going to be died, and then our property value is dead. It's going down, and we're not going to be able to really enjoy our privacy because I'm going to always constantly feel like someone looking over my head, because right now the current plan is really a kind of a reset. From my house behind this corner, there's a 1st story, and then after that 1st story is reset back as 2nd story. So the current proposal is at that 1st story with 2 more stories, so that I will be directly seeing the tower over my property and with that huge building. And so if you look at this plan, it's only the first, if only this piece are in the front of, next to the El Camino. The rest is all along the Wilkie. It is, I feel like it's very, very unresponsible for a corporation just for the profit need or whatever their need to have the expense of our Wilkie residents. We lost our enjoying of our property, and we lost our property value. And, we're not going to be able to, really enjoy our own property. And then so, and also another thing I feel like very upset is well, I think I believe I got some notice from the Palo Alto Commons around April or May sometime, says there's some planning. Also, I called, so their office, I talked to the other office, and I said, where is the new, the unit gonna be? And they were telling me, oh, it's gonna be all around the Goodwill area. I told them my specific house address. I said, I'm at that corner, you know, there is, what is the impact? They said, oh, they're pretty much not impacted. It's going to be all toward to the East Meadow area around the, you know, around the Goodwill. So actually, I feel like I've been deceived. And I kind of like, okay, I said, well, if there's a more tour to El Camino, I wouldn't be really objections. But then when I, you know, today I look at the map.
Thank you
itself,
for
it's like,
your comment. Your
this is
time
really
is up.
over. Okay, so I just feel like this is very unfair to, you know, Wilkie residents. There are 10 houses about there. So there are 14 units they're built. It's going to be on the expense of our 10 houses.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
He.
Our next speaker is Shashank Devakar.
Hello. Thank you for the time. Thank you for listening to my comments. So I'm on the single family residence on 405 for Wilkie Way, right behind Palo Alto Commons. And I echo Ms. He's remarks and concerns. The loss of property values and privacy are the two most pressing concerns that we have. We don't want 14 units coming up right behind us. And it will not only increase the traffic density, and the biggest concern we have is our loss of privacy and the loss of property values. So we strongly oppose this expansion of 14 units by Palo Alto Commons. Thank you.
I think that concludes public comments, and I see
Sorry,
a
we
light-
actually have one more
one more.
public comment virtually. One moment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bert Davies.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'd just like to sort of follow on back to what the previous two speakers were saying. Really just more of the same, you know, privacy. I'm living on Wilkie right now as well, and I feel it's just like a huge tower behind our where I live, and it feels like, you know, as Ms. He said earlier, that people can always see me if they have their windows open. You know, there's really no way to guard against, you know, the visibility there. It's just a complete and total loss of privacy. And yeah, I would like to, say that the property value as well would certainly take a hit. And I think also in general, the neighborhood in that area may not even be equipped to handle the increase in traffic. You know, the roads are very, you know, short. There's not much parking there from what I've seen. And yeah, I mean, although primarily I would say that my concerns are, as the two previous speakers have said, the loss of property value and the loss of privacy as well. So I'd like to, strongly voice my concerns on those two. Thank you.
And that was our final speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see light here from Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you to staff and thank you to the applicant as well as members of the public who came out to speak about this topic. I way back when I was on the Planning and Transportation Commission, I remember this property wanted to expand to kind of adjacent to a bunch of townhouses, and there's also a lot of concern about privacy and there's kind of very similar controversy. And I remember we had a meeting with the developer and the property owners, the adjacent property owners, I think the townhouses. What surprised me was that actually, I think that was the first time they actually talked. It was at that meeting. And even though the meeting, I remember, was a little bit contentious, at the end, I think common ground was found. So I'm hoping that if the developer hasn't that you do go talk to those neighbors so that you could hear the impacts and maybe there's a win-win solution. Does staff know what kind of outreach has been done so far?
As a part of the noticing requirements, a sign was posted on the site explaining that a project was proposed. As a result of that, at least one neighbor reached out to me via email.
Okay, but there's been no neighborhood meeting or anything like that you know of?
No, this is the first.
This is the first,
public
okay.
meeting, unless the applicant did something on their own.
Okay, I was wondering can the applicant talk a little bit about what your plans are here? Because I think the neighbors do have what seems to be valid concerns. And I think what you guys are trying to do is really helpful to the community. And I think probably everyone would acknowledge that, but there's also kind of considerations from the neighbors and their privacy. So I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, we're happy to speak with the neighbors. We have reached out. Charlene Kushner, member of our team, went and knocked doors, tried after sending notice of what was planned to talk to different neighbors. A couple did reach out to the community. We're happy to, host an open house in the building and let people come in and voice their concerns and talk about it and see how we can address it. So we have done some outreach now. We haven't done a group meeting like a town hall type setting, but we want to, win-win situation.
Okay. And while you're up there, my colleague mentioned about, perhaps putting those units up front, maybe perhaps even a fourth story. What's your thoughts about the feasibility of something like that? Because I realize that the foundation may not be capable of handling it or even the construction feasibility. So I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that potential.
We hadn't explored that in part because, we would have to change the height limitation that exists, but it's also significantly more expensive. Right now we have elevators that service the building that go up 3 stories. And so the kind of the building systems infrastructure required to add a 4th floor is very different than adding additional units on an existing floor. And then, in each of these units, they basically are added to the end of an existing hallway. Here, you'd be creating a whole new building system and structure if you went to a 4th floor. So quite honestly, I doubt it would be financially feasible for us to add a 4th floor to the building. But we can look at it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think it was just some creative ideas that people threw out.
Yeah.
But, one thing that maybe, I think a lot of my colleagues here talked about maybe even having more units, right? Because this is something that, we have an aging community and there's need for this kind of housing. And so perhaps maybe with just 14 units, it's not economically feasible, but perhaps if there's more units, maybe it could be feasible. But anyways, I'm just trying to think of how to make this kind of a win-win so that, the neighbors kind of are cool with it and, it works out for you guys financially, because obviously if it doesn't, you guys aren't going to do it. But I'm just trying to gather some of the feedback that I heard from my colleagues today, but thank you for your work on this.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I've had a lot of experience with the Commons because my wife's aunt was there for many years and she had the vision of where she was going to be and wanted to be in Palo Alto and started in the regular not even assisted living, just, kind of moving in and then kind of moved on from there in various stages. And overall, I think the experience was quite good for her. I was there a lot because I had all the legal and financial responsibilities for her. Even ate at the table and all that, and participated in some of the activities. So I get the program there. Also 6 months ago, campaigned in both of your units there with some of the residents. The high density in the area is the first thing that comes to my mind from all my experience, and the congestion. And as we're discussing parking here, I think we need to shift our direction, not to resident parking, but to visitor parking. And of course, if you're adding, 14 more residents, then you're going to have a lot of visitors. And of course, in our case, we're visiting her a lot. Never, ever, ever, ever in, 8 years or so, were we able to park in front, which is the only guest parking. And sometimes we would drop off somebody and then we'd go park blocks away and come back. So one of the things that I would somehow urge you to consider, even if that's opening up more of the underground to visitor parking, is something that would, I think, enhance the whole experience. Some of your comments that you made about, that center area where the bus and so on comes in, I totally understand that you can't build there. I really get that. It's already too small. So, but that's I think that's almost a crisis proportion kind of issue that you ought to take a look at in terms of as you look at expansion. I had the exact same words written down that Councilmember Burt used, which is you have on Wilkie, a lot of modest one-story houses, and it is really backed up against there. So I won't go into the light plane issues because you're already aware of those, but that's a pretty important aspect of living here in Palo Alto, and that's why the step in terms of how people want to live now versus when this was put up. And so the same issues that when it first went up that were brought up by the neighbors are they there again today. We're working with a PC, so I think there's some flexibility here. So to the extent that I was going to bring up something that one of the public commenters came up with is that you don't have to put up affordable housing in any of these 14 units that you're proposing, but we would like that. So to the extent that you can address that, maybe there's some other considerations that would be of interest to the city. Maybe 14 isn't the right number. It should be lower because you need more space downstairs to get people in and out of the building. So some of those flexibilities, I think there would be a willingness to take a look at. Didn't quite understand what you meant on the tree loss. I just take the point that you're going to be very sensitive to that, but it sounds like some of these bigger trees have to come down. No? Okay, great. Glad I asked that question. A big salute on exterior renovation. That needs to look like it's in 2015. 2025, not 2015. So that would be a good plus for the whole neighborhood. So I would encourage you to be, flexible in the numbers of units you want. I would encourage you to be helping our community because, as has been stated, these are not homes. And we are very focused in the city on building homes. And part of that is because we want lower income people here and lower income seniors to stay here. So that would be an enhancement as you think about this going forward. Thank you.
I see we're going for Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I made most all of my comments previously, except for one, because my colleague, Councilmember Lescott Hames, had asked about why is there no affordability proposed here or BMR units. And I heard Director Late's answer to that. But I wanted to do a +1 to the people who have said that would be very well received. It is a unique situation you're in, but generally our planned communities do require a public benefit and 20% affordable. And I understand that may not technically be the case here, but it is something that is a crisis amongst seniors. It's something where we all know assisted living is very, very expensive to start with. And I just wanted to add to my prior comments a +1 on that issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Lescott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to just add a +1 to the idea of 4 stories on the El Camino side. I appreciate what you've said about it making the project that much more expensive because the current elevator only goes to 3. But I like what I'm hearing about the possibility of going up that additional level. We need it. Would also be excited about more than 14 units. Would also be excited, obviously, based on my original question about some of those units being affordable. This is my neighborhood. I live live just a little bit west of this project. So I'm deeply interested in, as I know we all are, but this is where, when I exit my house and try to go anywhere, I come El Camino Way, and we need such a facelift in this part of the city on El Camino and El Camino Way. So it's just super excited about the exterior remodeling you're doing, and whatever we can do to, make this project one that we can point to and say, look at what we've done. Aren't we proud? Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on the issue of whether we can, as an amendment to a PC, require that there be some level of affordable units. So even though it doesn't fall under a PHZ zoning, don't we have discretion as a PC amendment to put a condition like that on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would have to be, an agreement of sorts, but just my comments were maybe a little too focused on component. So I want to recognize that. I will also say the project itself is a commercial project and not a housing project, at least by our zoning standards. But absolutely, Councilmember, if through this process there were some affordable housing units, that would certainly qualify as a public benefit for the council's consideration.
Okay, I just want to make sure my colleagues understood that. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a question. So for the PHZ, the benefit is the affordable housing component, right? But then the PC, it was the public benefits.
Yeah.
So that was the different.
One's defined. The PHC defined the public benefits, and for the PC, it was proposed and the council deliberated.
What kind of public benefits to get? Okay.
Correct.
So I'm going to say mostly that I align with most of my colleagues here, and I do thank you for the proposal that has come forward. One of the things I would like to see is, so this is considered as commercial. Would there be an opportunity for a TDM plan where there is accounting and seeing the having the reports about how many employees there are, how many are actually taking busing? So would there be that opportunity too?
Yes, there would, as a condition of approval and monitoring. Yes.
Okay. I do look forward to be invited to a town hall or a community meeting if you do have one. I do think it's pretty important to involve all the nearby neighbors as well as your own residents. And it'll be nice to have a visual to see what the room sizes are, sitting areas, public areas, and how close it is actually to the neighboring properties. And with that, I actually, if there's no other comments, then I think this is it. And thank you for bringing this forward. So this concludes this study session. And we're going to go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to the agenda. One, I'll say change, then never mind, that I wanted to bring to your attention is on item number 10. Staff had issued a supplemental report modifying the recommendation, but then subsequently reversed and wanted to go back to the initial recommendation. So apologies for any confusion that causes for the council and members of the public, but wanted to put that on the record. And that covers the only variations on your printed agenda.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And we're now going to go to public comments on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, could you tell me how many speakers we have?
We currently have 18 speakers. One of those speakers is speaking on behalf of 6 people.
That was 1-8, right? 18.
Yes, 1-8. So 18 total speakers, but one of them, our first speaker, is speaking on behalf of 6 people.
Okay, so let's go with 2 minutes for individual speakers and 7 minutes for the group.
Our first speaker is Katie Rueff.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, City Council. My name is Katie Roof, as you know, and this is actually probably my last comment to you ever. I'm moving to college in a few days, and I'm actually here tonight on behalf of 350 Silicon Valley and the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. And I have a little bit less time than I thought, so I'll be rushing through the month that you guys have been out of session. We have had a crazy summer across the world and across the US. We've had record high temperatures, next slide, terrifying flooding in the US, next slide, and across the world, next slide, next slide. We've had horrible Canadian wildfires that infiltrated the airs in the US, next slide, damaged many, many crops and forests, next slide, and infected our streets, next slide. We had a record-breaking summer across the world, across the US. The climate is telling us that we are in a crisis. Next slide. And through all of this chaos, I have one question for you. What motivates you? I ask this question because personally, all of these headlines, they're terrifying, but they don't motivate me. What motivates me is the feeling of community that I get when I'm around my chosen family, my climate activist family. The second I get off a Zoom call with them, I'm filled with this kind of electricity, the spark of just hope and of motivation and a feeling that I'm compelled to help them and to help those I care about. Next slide. What I care about is these people. They're standing behind me today and they've been with me for 3 years. Many of you have also been there to support us, and I appreciate you so much for that. And I think that we all in this crisis need to find what personally motivates us to continue acting. I know that we all come from very different life situations and backgrounds. We all have our own goals and our own plans for how to get to those goals. But through that all, we need to have a shared vision for the future. I know that my team has that shared vision, and I'd like to share that a little bit with you today. Next slide. Before I do that, though, I want to acknowledge that I know that you guys are only 7 people, but you guys are 7 people that we have chosen to lead our city. And our city is not just 7 people. I know that you guys cannot solve climate change in our city alone, but you have the support of your entire community with you in this shared vision for the future. Now, I know you guys have heard this before. You guys have seen the headlines. I know that you guys have heard from us, but I also want you to realize that the rest of the community is speaking up too. These are actually a couple of photos from an art exhibit that was up in the Palo Alto Art Center. I don't know if any of you got a chance to check it out. It's from Engage On. And basically, this is from a woman named Claudia who asked residents of any age across Palo Alto to share what they wanted the future, or what they thought the future would look like. Some people had beautiful visions of the future. You see those on the left. And some had terrifying futures. You can't really see it, but there's a zombie apocalypse going down there, and I personally do not want to see that. Next slide, if you will. Thank you. So again, through all of this, you can tell that our community is thinking about it. They are feeling it, and it's not just the climate activists that you hear from all the time. And because of that, it is all the more important that we are taking climate action. But I know that you guys have heard that too before. You guys hear all the time, take faster action on the climate. But what you really need is more support, I think. I think that we all need to have a collective shared vision and shared goals and shared actions for how we want to reach said goals. I think we need to take a little bit of time to do that. And we actually have a suggestion to help you kind of accelerate that. You'll see on the right kind of our vision for what we want to see as the next steps in Palo Alto Municipal Climate Action. On the left, you'll see ways that we'll get there. I don't have time to read the left out loud, but essentially we are here to help you continue to help our cities and our residents. And in order to do that, we need to not only be engaging with them through canvassing and education efforts, but we also need to start listening to them. We actually have an HRC presentation this Thursday where we go over some of the listening that we've already started to do. I also know that some city council members are working on listening sessions and different town halls and stuff like that to further these listening, but we need to be active in our community to make sure that the policies we're making are supporting these citizens that we don't typically hear from. I know you typically hear from us, but there are also many citizens that we care about that we don't often hear from. Thank you, by the way. And then on the right, you'll see what we aim to take away from all of these actions on the left. The first and foremost is to reach our 80 by 30 goal with room to spare. In order to do this, there are a couple of key actions that I know we need to take, but it's hard because it's hard to organize. I know the city staff is under-resourced and underfunded and stuff like that, but we can help with that. And I think through coordination and through this unity, we can also help. After that planning, we'll need to equitably electrify. By that, I mean, we need to set a sunset date on the flow of gas. If we want any chance of actually meeting Bachman's rule and doing what the science says, which is probably setting a sunset date of 2030, we'll need to do some planning. We can't just, open our eyes one day and say, oh, whoops, we can't use natural gas anymore. Because while many of us who might be more over-resourced or might be wealthier, will be able to adapt, we'll be able to buy those electric appliances. But many of those who may not have as many resources as you or I may do will need support, and we'll need to listen to them and to come in with humility to support them. After that, we also need to approve dense housing. I know your housing element was just rejected recently, and it's because we need denser housing. And I think a lot of us are scared to do that and to approve projects that improve that. If we want any chance of helping our residents live the sustainable life that we know they need to live, where we have walkable, safe roads and just a better future, we will eventually need to approve more housing projects. So getting started on that. And then last, we also want to foster a city that encourages youth to be climate advocates. It's funny because you guys have so many resources for youth. You care about our mental health. You've proven that you care about our voice. But it's funny because the issue that will affect our generation most, climate change, is not an advisory board on your council. We do not have a voice at the table. And the next slide. Basically, I won't be here for the next few months. I'm going to let my team of very confident and very competent individuals lead while I'm gone. But I hope that in December, I will come back and see some of these goals accomplished. I hope that I will see that youth have a voice at the table that's written into the city. And if you want to be in touch, we'll actually be back soon. 350 will be back soon to show you that not all of this is as financially feasible as we might think it is. So you can contact 350 SV and Pacc. And I will also be sending a message to you guys with some of the motivations for our members to get involved with climate action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leland Francois.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Koo and staff, members of the public. Leland Francois, Ravenswood Industrial Park, on behalf of my own business interests and KI6AWN. The last time I came before this group was during the aftermath of the atmospheric storm. And what I just heard from the young lady speaking about climate action, as a responder, there's a noticeable difference, a very visual, noticeable difference among the emergency service workers and responders to the climate change. The emergency service workers throughout the United States are pretty much saturated now as a result of post 9/11 activity and all the other, let's just say, low profile disasters that has come along since then. From the Loma Prieta earthquake up until here we are, 2023, we're experiencing 3-digit temperature changes. Something good is happening to me because I've been attempting to incorporate Bay Area radio operators to help meet some of the local municipalities' demands in the areas of transitional response. In other words, responding to the plight and the causes of the homeless. With 30,000 homeless people in San Francisco, 25,000 in Oakland, 200,000 in Los Angeles, something on a high precedent level is going to have to be put together. So hopefully, on behalf of my efforts as radio operator KI6AWN, I can help mobilize some of the local radio operators. And if you're in the, let's just say you're in receiving this in my voice, KI6AWN out of Mountain View, or I have an online presence, KI6AWN at AOL.com. And one other area that maybe United Nations Global Marketing Program. I'm the owner operator of Ravenswood Garden Kits Products, and we had an item that was actually issued a procurement number
Thank you for
An
your
official
comment.
procurement, thank you.
Your time is up.
An official procurement number from the United Nations reflecting the fact that this item here is going to go global in hopes of addressing some of the United Nations high priority concerns. And the procurement number that the UN issued me is 947141. Now, we're hoping to start manufacturing up to 10,000, 20,000
Thank
of
you for
these
your comments, but your
in the
time is
community
up.
of East Palo Alto or Ravenswood. And we're looking for mutual aid support from the municipalities that surround us. And if you want, this is a very serious effort. If you want more information, like I told you before 6 months ago, get back with me because we've got to act seriously on this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Annette Blankoff.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Koo and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am still planning to speak next week about the economic strategy report in Midtown, but as you have heard, Midtown has an immediate and pressing need to help keeping Mike's Deer Bark open and not have him be evicted. Midtown residents have circulated a petition to show our support to the owners in the city, and as of tonight, we've received over 670 signatures asking the city for help to work with the owners to negotiate so that Mike can stay in business. Our efforts, the petition, is really CPR for a dying business. We need your help to breathe life back into the patient. The key problem not adequately addressed in the economic strategy report is the insatiable demands for increased rent, as well as the increasing operating costs and the inability to get adequate staff. I feel the city needs to be more aggressive in its actions to preserve and revitalize retail. The city needs to work with owners and property managers, seek out and encourage the right retail for the right location, assign an ombudsman for new small retail businesses, and have a more lenient approach to building permits. Until that happens, the economic strategy report recommendations are just putting lipstick on a pig. I ask, what business is going to be next? We all need to work together to preserve local serving retail. Thank you for your support. I'm done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Harper.
Sorry, I'm not much of a public speaker. So today I stand before you, not just as a speaker, but as a voice for the homeless community, living on the streets in RVs and tents, cars. I'm also one of them. Experiencing firsthand the challenges and struggles that many face each day. Our society often assumes that homelessness is solely caused by drugs or unemployment. But I'm here to shed some light on the realities and advocate for humane solutions. To truly understand homelessness, we must look beyond our own borders. There are countries that made significant progress in combating homelessness, offering valuable insight and inspiration. By analyzing these success stories, we can learn about strategies, policies. It's crucial that we recognize homeless individuals as fellow human beings deserving of respect, dignity, and compassion. They're not statistics or inconveniences to be brushed aside. Each person living on the street has a unique story, dreams, and potential. By extending a helping hand, we can empower them to rebuild their lives and contribute to our community. Homelessness is not a reflection of personal failure, but a system a symptom of systematic shortcomings. It is our collective responsibility to extend a helping hand and work towards creating a society where no one is left behind. One of the challenges faced by the homeless community is the issue of proper trash disposal. We have been confronted on this issue many times due to limited access to affordable waste management options. A significant problem persists. For instance, I personally tried for about 1.5 years to secure a dumpster and I was willing to cover the cost, only to be denied because we do not own or rent a property for the dumpsters to be allowed. Dumpsters are not allowed on the street. And this was going to be a community dumpster that people on the street were able to use. However, let us not overlook the issue, but strive to find solutions by working together and engaging with local authorities, organizations, and individuals. We can explore innovative ways to address this challenge, ensuring accessible and convenient means for homeless individuals to dispose of their waste can improve cleanliness, hygiene, and overall well-being for everyone involved. Today, I urge each of you to consider the implications of homelessness on our society. Let's come together to advocate for compassionate solutions.
Thank you for your time, but for your comment, your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelina Roche.
Good evening, City Council members. I hope you're doing well. My name is Angelina, and I'm a member of Pacc, the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. We are here today on the Monday night of our first day of school, the first day of my senior year, to demonstrate the importance of the climate change issue to us and to highlight the even greater significance of proactive climate action. I stand in City Hall this evening to ask you, as City Council members, to declare a climate emergency. Passing a resolution declaring a climate emergency will show the community that the city recognizes the imminent threat of climate change and will further its pledges to commit to mitigating the impacts of this emergency. We have seen cities across the Bay Area, such as San Francisco and Hayward. The state and the world set this declaration. As more cities make this declaration, we hope that the message will spread to a national government, such as the Biden administration, and will do the same. Palo Alto's endeavors in sustainability have caught the attention of political leaders, drawing recognition for our leadership. However, we are capable, and indeed compelled to, reach even greater heights, surpassing the benchmarks we established in previous years to fulfill the ambitious goals we set long ago. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maya Prakash.
Good evening, council members. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Maya Prakash, and I'm a rising senior and a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I wanted to echo first what my peers have said thus far today. This summer, I worked on a research project about the way that different states have handled the transition from gas to electric appliances, focusing specifically on Hawaii. And what I learned from this project is that aggressive action is necessary to see results. For example, significant change in electrification. And for Palo Alto, it is crucial that we prioritize the gas sunset date for this reason. In every state that has seen success, it started with local early adopters that had made the difference in resources and influence to make this. Palo Alto has the exact characteristics to make this happen as well. I ask that the council recognize this opportunity and urgency in consideration of the 2030 goal, because any action not taken now will have an exponentially larger impact in the years to come. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin.
Good evening, City Council members. I hope you are doing well. I'm Julia Zeitlin, and I'm the co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. I am here today in person with 10 other Pacc members at the first City Council meeting back from the summer hiatus. We are here today to ask the Council to reinforce your prioritization and support of bold climate action for the remainder of 2023 and beyond. We are here tonight to support the expansion and investment in the City's Office of Sustainability. We need the ambition of our climate goals and targets to match the investments we make in the programs that help us reach them. We are here tonight to support the declaration of a climate emergency by the Council. Events of this past summer have solidified the facts we already know. The impacts of the climate crisis, such as extreme heat and flooding, are already here, and we must not only plan for resilience against these impacts, but do what we can to prevent them from occurring in the first place. We are here tonight to support further investment in green jobs training by Palo Alto, such that the city can train more contractors to become experts in electric installations. We are here tonight to ask you to set a date to phase out the use of natural gas in Palo Alto. We have the unique opportunity to be the first city in the United States to set a sunset date on natural gas. This would send a clear message to residents and communities beyond that the future is electric. Pacc is here to support and urge you all to do all we can to achieve our 80 by 30 and carbon neutrality goals. We are asking you to be champions of climate justice. This job should not just be reserved simply for the activists and advocates or within siloed sustainability departments. We must all take on this title. Palo Alto has the resources to continue being recognized as a leader in sustainability. It is crucial that we maintain this leadership in the next few transformative years that will define the future landscape of our planet and city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Talia Shope.
Good evening, council members. My name is Talia, and I'm a junior at Gunn High School and also a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. First, I wanted to take a moment to express my support for Palo Alto's Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, especially its push for electrification. It is important that the city follows up on its promises and continues to act as a trailblazer and set the precedent for the rest of the state and the country as a whole. As you know, this summer the world has experienced record high temperatures, including ocean temperatures, and we are no exception. July 2023 was the hottest month ever recorded, and the cause is loud and clear. This is just the beginning, and the impacts become worse as fossil fuel burning and warming continues. However, there is still time for change, and we must act now. As we have made clear, there is an overwhelming desire from my community, especially the youth, for more action. The single most important step we can take is to electrify and reduce, eventually shut off, natural gas, both in homes and commercial buildings. An obstacle that is important to acknowledge is the lack of contractors trained in installing electric appliances. In order to electrify on the scale we need to, electric installations must be accessible and equitable. According to the California Department of Industrial Relations, as of 2022, there's roughly one certified electrician for every 478 housing units in the state, and that is not enough to provide accessible electric installations. Menlo Park has plans to electrify 10,000 homes by 2030 and 95% of its buildings overall. An effort helped. If they can do it, we can too. In order to further electrify the city and eventually shut off natural gas completely, I urge the council to consider working with organizations like JobTrain and increase the number of contractors trained in electric installations. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Phoebe Mota Judges.
Good evening, council members. My name is Phoebe Mota Judges, and I'm a junior at Gunn High School. I hope you are doing well. I'm here today as a representative of Pacc. In the recent months, we've seen some of the hottest temperatures ever recorded, including abnormally high ocean temperatures. According to the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, a temperature of 101 degrees Fahrenheit was recorded off the coast of Florida, potentially making it a world record. The Florida Keys are home to one of the largest coral reefs in the world, which usually thrives in ocean temperatures in the 70s and 80s. But this recent marine heat wave is causing average temperatures to rise into the mid-90s, leading to possibly catastrophic outcomes for ocean life. Palo Alto has set big goals and taken important steps towards a more sustainable future. But given this historic summer, it is evident that climate change isn't going away anytime soon and may even be progressing at a faster rate than expected. For that reason, we urge the council to invest more resources, staff, and time into the Office of Sustainability to encourage the city to ensure that the city has the capacity to actually meet the big goals we all want to achieve. We need a sustainability department that is supported by all levels of city government. Sustainability shouldn't be the job for one department or office, but must be prioritized throughout other departments across the city. We must coordinate with other departments to make sure sustainability remains a focus for all. Many cities leading in sustainability have set interdepartmental coordination towards climate goals as a priority, including Seattle, whose sustainability department works closely with other departments as well as community organizations to keep the city on track to meet their goals. We are at a crucial point where action taken or not taken could affect the world for years to come. So we hope you take this important opportunity to invest in a sustainable future. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Sophia Lee.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Sophia Lee. I'm also here today as a representative of Pacc. I first joined Pacc in 2021 after experiencing the horrific scenes of the California wildfires in 2020 and the major flooding incidences at the start of 2023. As a young person viewing these climate disasters unfold at such a rapidly quickening pace, I'm beginning to become more attentive to how exactly Palo Alto will address and prepare for the prolonged and more frequent damages of climate change. I come from a second-generation immigrant household that has experienced financial instability, and knowing that there are many other families in the city who can resonate with that. I want to ensure that the future is bright for all members of Palo Alto, regardless of economic status, considering the foreseeable obstacles put in place due to climate change. I'm thrilled to have learned from my past colleagues about the approval of the SCAP 3-year work plan to make 80 by 30 a reality. I believe that this was a huge step towards progress in regards to sustainability and implementing key action, so I wanted to take a moment to appreciate that. Considering these major achievements made by Palo Alto, it was surprising to learn that there are so few staff members leading the Office of Sustainability, kind of building off of the last speaker. I'm here today to ask for a drastic change in those numbers. Palo Alto currently has put in place major plans to increase sustainability in the city with projects such as scaling up the heat pump water heater system, program and developing the SCAP. The city has bold and ambitious goals that we applaud, but more staff, investments, resources, money need to be dedicated solely to sustainability efforts. As the leader of sustainability in the state, as well as the country and the heart of Silicon Valley, I believe it's our city's duty to act as a role model. And I very much advocate that we have to act fast on this. And staff members, part of the sustainability department. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Antonia M.
Good evening. My name is Antonia Minion, and surprise, I am also here with Pacc. I am a senior at Gunn, and I'm here to share some research that I've conducted over the summer. As Angelina mentioned earlier, over 30 cities in California have adopted official climate emergency declarations, and it's imperative that Palo Alto do so as well, especially after the flooding we faced last winter. For those of you who don't know, declaring an official climate emergency means that we're telling our residents, other cities, and state agencies that we're taking sustainability seriously. In addition, it can help us make progress on our SCAP goals. In total, it's an important step in making sure that our city becomes truly sustainable. For instance, if a public work department is repaving asphalt, they're typically choosing the cheapest pavement available. But if sustainability becomes a priority across all departments, they're then choosing asphalt that would minimize the urban heat effect and help with flood prevention. For example, a public works department in a nearby city started a solar initiative for low-income and middle-income households so that they have access to solar energy. And Chula Vista, a city in San Diego, passed an organics program. That is a municipal program that is helping to ensure that organic materials don't end in landfills. All this to say, declaring a climate emergency allows us to do things because we're making sustainability a priority, and it's a critical next step in our sustainability process. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Hopkins.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caitlin Hopkins, and I hope summer has treated you all well so far. I am also here as a representative of Pacc. So I hopped on board Pacc as an 8th grader in 2021 after 2 years of hosting bake sales and even founding my own crochet business in aims of raising money for the World Wildlife Fund. I was and still am very eager to affect tangible change in my community, which is why I'm here to speak to you today. Through the passing of the Green Building Reach Codes, Palo Alto has committed to heighten the efficiency of local construction, a revolutionary and quite transformative decision that has already trailblazed the way toward a more sustainable urban environment. However, with the promise to increase citywide electrification, as outlined in the newly adopted regulations of the Reach Codes, the need for workers trained, willing, and excited to make electric installations is bound to increase. As such, we ask that the council expand on the existing heat pump water heater program by establishing a partnership with a job training organization such as Job Train or Grid Alternatives that will prepare contractors to work with electrical appliances and instill a principle of knowledge regarding green construction. Through this partnership, newly trained contractors will have the opportunity to contribute to the heat pump water heater program and all future electrification initiatives of the city that will further Palo Alto's 80 by 30 goal. Palo Alto has set an ambitious precedent for sustainability, but without an adequate system to ensure the implementation and longevity of our goals, they remain susceptible to failure. We want to carve a feasible path that will bring these plans into reality, but we cannot do so with a lack of properly trained contractors to work on our bold construction objectives. As such, we humbly urge that you invest in much needed green job training. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Emily Linder.
Good evening, council members. I hope you're doing well. My name is Emily, and as you may have guessed, I'm also a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. Over the last year, I have seen the City Council make progress towards reaching the 80 by 30 goal by implementing the heat pump water heater program, which has a goal of electrifying 1,000 gas-powered water heaters in Palo Alto homes. Of those 1,000, only a few have been electrified, which is why the city needs to increase its efforts in advancing towards this electrification effort. An important part of enforcing change in a community is educating citizens. Therefore, to sooner reach Palo Alto's goal of electrifying all 1,000 gas water heaters, Pacc and I urge you to invest in public awareness campaigns to inform our community of the importance of electrification. So many citizens, such as I before I joined Pacc, are unaware of the health and environmental benefits offered by electrification, which is why Pacc would love to collaborate with the city on these campaigns and support all outreach initiatives to increase public awareness of the benefits, significance, and urgency of electrifying homes. This July, temperatures driven by climate change broke heat records around the world. Average global temperatures surpassed the 2016 record of 16.92 Celsius, reaching a new global average record of 17.01 Celsius. This alarming heat wave emphasizes how crucial it is that we take action quickly and we take action now. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jeanette Cosby.
Good evening. Let's see. Good evening. I'm Jeanette Cosby. I timed myself at 3 minutes. I've done the best to boil this down. I actually am a homeowner and a community member of almost 5 decades who wants to complete an electrification project. In January, our architect submitted for approval a thoroughly vetted set of plans to use an existing bathroom space to upgrade all the features, upgrade the main electrical panel from 200 amp to 400 amp, add a heat pump water heater and a heat pump, and make some minor electrical circuit upgrades. We're caught in a catch-22 situation. We want our planning department to uphold their commitment to us in a timely manner by reinstating this month, August, their approval of our building permit. On May 1st, the planning department issued our building permit. During the beginning of May, a city inspector made a site visit and approved the start of work. We signed contracts and made payment commitments. 7 weeks later in June, our planning department rescinded their approval of our permit. Why? They had an issue with their prior approval of the new electrical panel due to a brand new Palo Alto code change. Our project became the first to which this new code requirement would apply. The problem is the panels conforming to the new code do not exist. They've been designed, but they have not been manufactured. As best as multiple electrical contractors can determine, they will not be available until 2024. Well, what could we do? We request reconsideration, submitted additional specs, and have been patiently waiting. But enough is enough. We're midway through a project that had approved building permit and being held hostage to a code change that no manufacturer can yet meet. We've already invested in considerable time and financial resources and are in limbo without a functional guest bathroom, with a curbside porta potty sitting idle, and with an architect and a contractor on retainer. We have an otherwise code-compliant, forward-looking plans, replacing 4 gas appliances to go electrical.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Aram James.
Daily Post, Monday, August 7th. Dear editor, I don't want police with tasers in my town. I don't want police canines in my town. I don't want cops racially profiling in my town. And I don't want cops when they stop. I don't want cops when they stop Black persons bringing 5 or 6 cop cars to the scene. And I don't want cops stopping Black people for a traffic ticket and forcing them to sit on the curb. I don't want a police captain who uses the N-word and refuses to apologize, and his department not only doesn't fire him, but instead promotes him. I don't want a police department whose entire command staff is white. I don't want a police department where cops sue the city over a beautiful Black Lives Matter mural. I don't want a police department that maintains a military arsenal. I don't want a city manager who's a rubber stamp for the police department. I don't want a city council that, with a few notable exceptions, is afraid to speak out against an authoritarian city manager and a racist police department. And I don't want any fancy 100 million plus so-called public safety building housing an undeserving gang of slave catchers. So I hope, we can break this down, and you can all, certainly the city council, but members of the community, start observing what they see on the street when they see our police officers pulling Black people over, and see if what I've said tonight is true. I'm going to come back to that because we all need to be citizen observers. If it was my people, my dad's people, I said, the Jews that were being disproportionately mistreated like this, it would have already stopped.
Our next speaker is Albert Lustre.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Albert Lustre with the Carpenters Union Local 405. And it's great to see future development in the city of Palo Alto, but it'd be better to have labor standards in the future projects in the city of Palo Alto. Area standards include apprenticeship, local hire, healthcare, and a livable wage. Earning a livable wage ensures that construction workers like myself can afford rent in our city and be able to afford his family to provide the basic needs and not living check by check. It also gives the construction workers the opportunity to provide a higher education to their children and promote a better future for family and not just a dream. Livable wage also prevents wage theft, tax fraud that happens more than often in the construction industry. Having a responsible contractor that provides healthcare ensures that all construction workers have healthcare for the workers of family and not become a burden to the system, since 80% of the construction workers depend on some sort of program, government program. Apprenticeship programs educates and train our risk youth, minority women into a 4-year program. For some of us, the only opportunity that we have to be successful and be able to learn a livable wage and getting trained at the job sites. This gives a shot to the American dream. Local hire promotes quality of life for the construction worker and be able to spend more time with his loved ones and be part of our community. It also benefits the environment by reducing pollution and not pushing a local workforce away from our city. I would like to ask the elected officials of the city of Palo Alto, please adopt area labor standards of the city, which include a livable wage, healthcare, apprenticeship, and local hire. Thank you for the time.
Our next speaker is Tim Lynch.
Good evening, City Council. There's a water leak on Byron on Saturday night, and I think you guys did a good job of patching it up pretty quick. I'm here today to talk about unlicensed and uncontract work that's being done on like Fridays and Saturdays, and I'm asking if you guys get any code enforcement out during that time. Furthermore, I'd like to talk about 3087 Alexis and the property below 2838 Story Hill Lane. Evidently, in the last year, they've been dumping a lot of spoils on that property, about 3,000. I know it's being dealt with, but I want to make sure that you guys look after and make sure it's being dealt with correctly. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
And our final speaker is Cedric.
Good evening, council members, staff, and community. Justin Harper's prior comments inspired me to chime in. Justin had noted some of the needs of our local homeless community, which reminded me of a program I had heard about for providing laundry services to homeless people. A quick search reveals that a program in LA, led by a group called Hope Vibes, offers a mobile hygiene service for its homeless population. Basically, it's a big truck which has showers and laundry, and which comes out to where the homeless people can be found. It'd be really helpful if cities and counties of Santa Clara County were to cooperate to offer such a service. Perhaps Palo Alto could take the lead, get a grant, and start a pilot program. The ability to be clean is essential for people to be respected and to get hired in jobs, whether permanent or just odd jobs. Another issue faced by homeless people is the loss of their possessions if they get arrested or hospitalized. I heard a story, for instance, of an older person who lived in his car, who had a medical emergency that landed him in the hospital. And while he was there, his vehicle was impounded. Once a person's car is impounded, the fees are in the hundreds, even the thousands of dollars, and they prevent people who have zero income from retrieving their vehicles, and that puts them living on the streets, in the hedges, under stoops. You know, they're not in the car anymore. And this can also happen with non-vehicle possessions, which get cleaned out. Like I was seeing a big pile of stuff with a warning by a bike lockers that it was going to get cleaned out. So it'd be really helpful if police and code enforcement were to coordinate with each other and with the jails to try to identify where people's belongings may be when they're arrested, and try to put seized and cleaned out items in holding with some reasonable method for people to retrieve them. It is difficult enough to be homeless without run-ins with the law or medical issues to cause them to lose what little they have. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we move to the consent calendar. Let's take public comments for items on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Ben Sims.
Good evening, members of the council. My family moved to Palo Alto when I was about 1 year old. I've lived here most of my life. I've lived in a house that my wife and I own in Midtown area, Palo Alto, for about 12 years. And we kept the house we lived in previously on Alma Street in Palo Alto and the house next door to that. I'm concerned about about item 6 in that I have a concern that that whenever a city imposes a requirement greater than the state, that there be an established need for that to occur. I know on the various leases that I put together for tenants in Palo Alto, I attach the notice of tenants' rights, which I'm required to do. I also, offer a 1-year lease to the tenants. And if they want something shorter, then it depends on the circumstances. In looking at at this ordinance, which will and also require notice in the lease or in a separate document beyond what's required by the state already, I think it's imposing a burden on property owners that doesn't need to exist. And I say that because the failure to include those notices results in a defense to an action for possession of the property. In other words, where there's been a serious violation that the landlord's trying to recover their property, it provides a defense. And in that area of the law, which is not the area I practice in, my understanding is that would result in the dismissal of the eviction action, and the property owner, who may, like myself, be older, I'm 73, may not know about all these requirements. And in fact, I looked online, there's I think a 42-page booklet on tenants' rights. Nowhere in there does it mention anything about the notice of rights. And yet a landlord is required to attach that to the lease. And so my concern is that landlords won't know what to do, and that the city shouldn't impose additional notice requirements or shortened requirements shorter than the state unless
Thank you for your
it's
comment. Your
established.
time
Thank
is
you.
up. Just to confirm, Mayor, are we doing 2 or 3 minutes still? 3?
Is that 2? Hello. If I could just make one final comment. I saw in the study that was done when this issue first came up about this ordinance that half of the people who had been surveyed didn't even know that there was a mediation process that the city requires. And I think it would be important to look at, has that mediation process been used, and what has been the success rate? Because I don't think additional requirements should be imposed on both rights and responsibilities imposed on property owners and on renters unless there's a need. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anil Babar.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. We're also here today to express our concerns with item number 6. AB 1482, which imposed that 12-month qualifying period for just cause, was a well-debated and well-researched piece of legislation that went through a lot of deliberation at the state level. And they came to this conclusion that 12 months was a sufficient amount of time before just cause comes into place, because it provides the tenant and the property owner ample time to determine if this is the right situation. It also provides the property owner ample time to determine if that resident is a good fit for the other residents in that property. Sometimes you have a problem tenant and the other residents feels concerned about that particular tenant, and there's very little an owner can do if they're not violating any one of the just causes. So for that reason, we feel that the 12-month period is the right amount of time, and it also coincides with your minimum lease term requirement that you have with your city. So by imposing the 6-month term, you're actually kind of conflicting a little bit with your own ordinances. The last thing I want to say is that actually, that was the last thing I wanted to say. I just want to reiterate that, the 12-month term provides flexibility. It provides peace of mind for tenants as well. And we urge you to maintain it. And that way the minimum lease term can be it fits well together with the AB 1482. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer L.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Liu. I live in Palo Alto for I strongly against the stricter just cause eviction ordinance. As a housing provider, stability is very important to us. We count on the rent to pay for our mortgage, property tax, insurance, and to keep up with the maintenance. When we need to change tenants, we need to repaint the house, fix a bunch of things, and leave the house vacant for months. The loss of rent have a serious impact to our ability to pay for the bills. We have no reason to evict tenants unless something is seriously wrong. Tenants are our business partners. It's beneficial to both tenants and housing providers if tenants can stay for a long time. However, when the situation is very wrong, we do need the ability to claim our houses back. With the just cause eviction, we were told that as long as the tenants significantly violate the lease agreement, we can evict. The problem is that we need to collect the solid evidence to present to the court. How hard to collect the evidence? Look at the O.J. Simpson case. All the police, all the professional detectives, they collected the evidence, but they could not convict the O.J. Simpson. We small housing providers are not professional detectives. We do have our other jobs and our family to take care of. It's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to get the solid evidence to present to the court. We have a housing crisis. The only way to solve the crisis is to encourage investment and build more housing. Having stricter policies against the housing providers won't increase a single unit. On the contrary, it will discourage people to build ADUs to rent out our homes. With the proposal, no one dares to be a landlord. Without housing investment, no one will build more houses. It will kill the motivation to generate more housing. Minnesota recently started rent control, and building permit dropped 80%.
Thank you for your comments, but your time is up.
Okay, please reject the proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Min.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi. I am, strongly opposed this JCE with the stricter than state of California already placed. I understand. I read it says this Palo Alto has a lot of amount of renters. Were there any numbers of a percentage of renters, and also how many renters actually are facing a to be evicted or asked by the landlord to move out in a very short period of time? So without those statistic numbers, I want to know what is the reasons the city want to adopt for 6 months the JCE restrictions. I am the housing provider, and I'm actually consider build the ADUs. Now with this JCE restriction, it looks like if I have an ADU, that will make my single family house is become subjected to the JCE costs. And so this is to make me very hesitated and, why do I want to provide more housing? I think we already have the state protections, and this shorter period of JC requirement is really overdone. And we are Palo Alto, we're a small city. I don't believe we need this. Thank you very much for you guys, and I really strongly oppose the JC, the new ordinance. Try to propose it here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James.
So I'm sort of in a unique position as I'm a name on a lease at Southwood apartment complex across from Safeway. 3 years I've been the person that is responsible for that lease. And over those 3 years, a 750 square foot apartment with a new rent increase, they're asking for 9.5%. Over the 3 years, that's going to be $659 increase in 3 years, which comes out to a little short of $8,000, 7,914, which I consider to be rent gouging. On the other hand, and by the way, I've worked really hard with the city, with Minka, and now with Project Sentinel, but it took me 5 days. And I think we've worked that out, and I'm really happy with it, to get maybe 6 days. They responded today. I started on the 31st because there's a mediation clause. And each year I go to mediation. I use Project Sentinel with their fine volunteers, and I've been able to get the rent reduced from 10% maybe to 8%. So I understand that perspective. I also am a landlord. And I can tell you that it is a tough area. So I got a property manager. They specialize in that. I'm not, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I'm not a real estate lawyer. They, subscribe to all the latest updates on the law so that I am fully legal in all the contracts that I write. I used to try to write them myself. That didn't work real well. It worked for a lot of years. And it costs me maybe 8% a month, which is, because it's a rental property, guess what? I get to write it off. And I have had to, had tenants trash places over the years. When my mom did it, owned these properties, there was always that issue. So you have to be real cautious in trying to rent to people that aren't going to destroy the property. But on the other hand, every time they destroy the property, guess what? Big fat tax deduction. So it's really hard for me to whine from the landlord's point of view. From the tenant's perspective, we got rent gouging going on, and I don't know, even with a decent income, that's good. That's hard to deal with, that kind of rent increase, 10 every year. So I really believe that we have to sit down. We have to have really good tenant protections, and we have to be cognizant of landlords' concerns. But I recommend that landlords deal with property managers who know how this works on a daily basis, because that's their profession. That's my 2 cents.
Our next speaker is Peter. Peter, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay. All right. I'm going to talk about item number 6. There's a saying that the path to hell is paved with good intentions. It is so true with just cause eviction and rent control laws. Nowadays, people don't talk about the crime rate shoots up, business close and leave. But now what you guys did, you just passed a law to defund housing. People have little incentive to build anything or rent out their house. If they can evict bad tenants, or if they can get it back when they need it for themselves. So the end result is that these bad housing laws will defund housing, create housing shortage, and inflict great harm to our community. Just to look at all these cities like Oakland and San Francisco. If rent control laws are so great, the cities should have be doing better. But San Francisco has 60,000 vacant units. At the same time, they have the highest number of homeless people in the entire United States. Because people just tired of all this government control. And if you have a house that you want to just say short-term rental or whatever, you want to put it in the market, but then end up that you have a tenant for life and you cannot get it out if you want to sell it or do whatever, and you have to pay the big rent something, people will say, forget it. I'm not going to rent it. I'm going to keep it. People are not going to build ADUs. Palo Alto is going to see reduced housing units. And now you try to do even more, to have 6 months, tenant moving there 6 months that you cannot, they become long-term tenants. You cannot evict them at all. It's going to make it even worse. So I hope you stop right there. Think about the consequences. Don't do it. It is a failed policy. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Cedric.
Good evening again, council members. I just wanted to briefly speak in favor of item 11 on your consent calendar. The viaduct's kind of back up as an option, suggested to be back up as an option under consideration. I think that's a really good thing. The underpass alternative, for all its good intentions, is really terrible for bicycle traffic, and it's causes all sorts of problems even for drivers. It's eminent domain. The trench is crazy expensive and has permanent impacts to the hydrology and the ecology of our creeks. So the viaduct is really a good option. I'm glad to see it back. I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mac.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a questions to begin with. At this moment, does the city council have the eviction data of last year? I didn't hear anything about it. If no, can city spend more resources to collect it? And so then we can postpone the proposals. And also, if yes, but the number of eviction cases are small, why we need a blanket policy for it? Palo Alto has been known for innovations for decades, if not centuries, not a copycat, just like the rest of Silicon Valley is known for the innovations. A few of the cities on the north, named San Francisco, Oakland, such, came up with a draconian eviction policies, and some others. See what their rents, how many homeless people on the street, see how divided their communities are, see how those cities have been in downward spiral. The city of the Palo Alto want to follow their suit. Palo Alto has a unique place in the nation and beyond. Please show the courage and the vision to the world, but not a copycat. People in Palo Alto, tenants and housing providers alike, deserves much better. So please stick with the existing principles of eviction clauses in AB 1482. Thank you very much.
And that was our final speaker.
Right, thank you. So we'll come back to city council members. Would anybody like to make a motion for the consent calendar? Or does anybody have any no votes? Councilmember Vinker?
I was just going to move approval of the consent calendar.
Second. Councilmember Vinker moves the consent calendar and Councilmember Lifgard-Haynes seconds. I would like to register a no vote. I would like to register a no vote on consent item number 11. I see a light from Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes, I'd like to pull number 6, and if I don't have enough support, then I'll have a no vote on it, and also a no vote on number 12.
Which one did you say you wanted to pull?
6, and if there's not enough support, then I'll have a no vote on it, and also a no vote on 12.
Very good, thank you. Seeing no other lights, will you call the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak on your no votes on 6 and 12?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I think a lot of first of all, thank you everyone for speaking on number 6. I think the state had debated this topic many times and they concluded that 12 months was sufficient. This 6-month requirement actually conflicts with our 12-month requirement of having a 12-month lease. And I think so. This conflict causes is a bit problematic. And then I think the second issue is, I think what I remember, this was done late at night, so I'm not sure there was proper notice for a lot of landlords. A lot of people didn't know that this was happening. And the other thing I've heard is that some landlords, because of the burden, are actually taking their properties off the market. So this is actually going to hurt tenants. And some other landlords, because you have to actually manage the properties, especially the smaller landlords, are going to be passing the cost of this extra cost to their tenants, which is going to raise the cost of housing to our tenants. So I think while 6 is maybe it has good intentions, I think it's going to have bad ramifications in terms of less availability and higher prices for tenants. On number 12, so this one I think I've been pretty consistent on. So this is a forgivable below market interest rate loan of $3 million to the county. And my concern here is that Palo Alto is not really is paying, but the benefits the city is getting is not proportional to other cities. So we're running a budget deficit of about $6-7 million this year. And if we're paying extra versus other cities, which are just paying this part of the county, we should be getting some more dedicated housing for our teachers. A lot of other cities around us are not running budget deficits. And so it doesn't make sense that we're having to give this forgivable loan at a below market rate interest rate and yet not get the benefits of dedicated housing for our teachers. So anyways, I've talked more about that before and this has been consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I'll speak to my no on consent item number 11, which gives direction to evaluate with Caltrain the viaduct alternative and to defer the review of the trench alternative at Meadow Drive and Charleston Road crossings as recommended by the Rail Committee. The viaduct has been eliminated by council for any further consideration. And I do not believe that there has been enough notification nor communication with residents who may live near the railroad tracks. In addition to aesthetics, privacy, the noise from the freight trains, which are not electrified, will be noisier and to further distances. With that, I put my no vote. Thank you.
And
And
then
now,
just to state for the record, so motion passed for items 5, 7 through 10, with a vote of 7-0. Motion passed for item 6, 6-1. Tanaka, no. Motion passed for items 11, 6-1. Ku, no. Motion passed for items 12, 6-1. Tanaka, no.
thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Now we go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked the city clerk for some assistance with slides. Just have a few items to note as we're gearing back up with the council coming back from your July recess. Thank you very much, city clerk. Next slide, please. Okay, just to note a few of the remaining events coming up through the month of August as, again, we're trying to remember, summer's not over yet, although school does start this week. So, not to quell any of the fun. We will continue to have a number of events shown here on our music and Magical Music in Motion, Twilight Concert Series, Family Music Night, and Third Thursdays on California Avenue. And not to be missed, the upcoming date for opening of fall activity and class registration in our Enjoy catalog that will be on August 24th at 8:30 again, 8:30 a.m. That's the opening time for registration for Palo Alto residents. I would note that the information provided on this slide, as well as the slides that follow, are provided on our city homepage. And the news articles are all on the homepage. We've also provided a new web link here, cityofpaloalto.org/news-articles as one place to go for all recent news articles issued by the city. The Palo Alto Unified School District is back in session this week. Would like to reference a few resources that our staff pulled together on back to school information, as well as safety information, as well as wellness tips. Also available here, focused not only at students, but to the community at large. Again, opportunity for some compilation of information and resources available to community members. Next slide, please. Then from the opportunities to the challenges, we have gas-powered leaf blowers. We are in the midst of doing a new round of outreach to make residents and contractors aware of the prohibition of gas-powered leaf blowers throughout residential areas around town. So you may see these now appearing in your utility bills, as well as a number of other media that are available for really neighbors to share with neighbors. Awareness, including the fact that fines on violations of this ordinance will begin early next calendar year. Next slide, please. And then finally, just noting upcoming council dates and items. Here we are on August 7th. Next week, August 14th, we will be discussing the draft economic development strategy. You'll also have an opportunity to discuss with our lobbyists state and federal legislation, as well as get an updated term sheet with pets in need for the operation of the Palo Alto Animal Shelter. The following week, on August 21st, you'll have actions and updates related to the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. And we also have a new date on September 5th. This is the Tuesday after Labor Day, in order to hear the report following review by the Planning and Transportation Commission on 340 Portage. Unfortunately, due to the time involved and follow-up related to the PTC's hearing on that proposed development, it will not be ready for council hearing on the 21st of August. So again, we're recommending this new date of September 5th in order to hear that item in a timely manner. And then just want to flag for community and council members that as a part of your packet for next week, we have an informational report we call the Council Recess Report. It's kind of what we did on your summer break. It includes a variety of operational program updates from departments throughout the city. So kind of a treasure trove of information on ongoing activities through the month of July. And if we could go to the next slide, please. And that concludes my report. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And with that, we'll go on a 10-minute break. So we'll return at 9:47. Thank you. All right, it's 9:47 and I'd like to get council started again. We have 3 more action items to go. So council members, please return. Can we start? All right, we're going to go to item number 15, which is an action item, and it's public hearing, adoption of a resolution confirming the weed abatement report and ordering abatement costs to be a special assessment on the properties specified in the report. Staff, do you have a report?
Oh, go ahead, please.
Hello.
My name is Chris Rocha. I'm a weed abatement inspector for the Consumer Environmental Protection Agency.
With the county?
And do you want the report on the total fees for this year?
And I'm sorry, I think we are expecting a brief overview from our fire department. And so let me see if we've got our fire chief or fire marshal available for a sec. And if not, looks like we do not. So I'm sorry, you're here on behalf of the county of Santa Clara, is that correct?
Part of the weed abatement program.
Yes, yes, thank you. Okay, so our point of contact is here in terms of our administration of the weed abatement program. And Mayor and Council, happy to go forward with it, as this is a fairly routine item that the council receives each year.
Will you just, let me see, it's about the weed abatement. So the process is twice a year, if that's.
Yeah, so we have in this August, July and August, depending on the city, we have the fee assessment. So that's all properties being charged the $92 fee and any other contractor fees that were applied. Then around February or January, we have the assessment hearing for properties being added onto our program to be charged fees.
Okay, and so thank you. With that, let's go to public comment and see if there is any. Thank you, sir.
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised.
Thank you. We'll come back to council. Does council members have any questions or comments? If not, then I'll take a motion to adopt this resolution.
So
I hear Councilmember Lowing has made a motion.
second.
Councilmember Burt seconds. And when you're ready, Madam Clerk, you can call the vote. Actually, before you take the vote, oh, did you have something to say?
I was just gonna reiterate what the whole debate was about. Yes.
I think we're good.
Thank you so much, Marshall. Okay.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
With thanks to our presenters, yes.
motion carries.
Thank you for attending today and really appreciate that. Okay, that concludes our item number 15. We're moving to item number 16, which is the approval of Castellea School's Transportation Demand Management Plan document for a previously approved redevelopment project at 1310 Bryant Street. Mr. Late.
Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan Late again from the Planning and Development Services Department. No PowerPoint presentation, just some oral remarks. Summarize that this is an item that the City Council, after it approved the project last year in June, had requested as part of the conditions of approval that the compilation of a transportation demand management plan be prepared in one document. The City Council had indicated that it can come back on consent for review and endorsement. Through discussions with the chair and vice chair and city manager's office, there was an understanding that there's community interest in this document, even though the scope of its review may be somewhat limited, but to provide an opportunity for the public to speak to it. I will note that we've shared this document. We've had some iterations with the applicant to prepare the document as it is. Once we got it to a near complete state, we shared it with some area residents before scheduling this item for the City Council. I want to note that this action tonight is really a reflection of a decision that the City Council has already taken with respect to the Transportation Demand Management Plan. And we're interested, of course, in any feedback that the council may have if we've erred in the document, if there's something that's confusing or not consistent with prior council direction. That's the feedback we'd like to know so we can make some adjustments to it. This is not, however, an opportunity to add new conditions or new regulations or change the manner or method in which we're doing some different reporting or analysis that wasn't previously approved by the City Council. So with that, I'll end my comments and happy to answer any initial questions.
All right. I think council can go ahead and if there's any technical questions for staff. And I am not seeing any lights. Comments? You can do questions and comments.
Well, are we going to hear from the public before doing comments?
Yeah, we can do that. I thought that maybe we'll have a round for council to ask questions, but if there isn't any, I can go straight to.
Well, I have maybe questions. I was just going to reserve comments until the later period.
That's
okay.
fine.
So first question, I'm looking at a letter that was provided by I think Andy Reed on behalf of a number of the neighbors, and I'm sure we'll hear more from them, but maybe we can air a couple of things before the public comments. We have one issue, which was that the council had included in our motion that if students are moved off site during construction, then the school could go to 450 enrollment immediately. And what I've heard is that now the school they were looking at being fully off site. And then that deal didn't come through with the College of San Mateo. And now perhaps they're looking at just one class being off site, but interpreting the council has staff, the motion wasn't explicit that it said move all off site. It also didn't state that if you move any fraction of them off site, then this whole intention would go forward. My recollection was that the whole discussion was about whether they would move everyone off site during construction or not. So can staff provide their perspective on that? and whether increasing their enrollment at this time is really consistent with the intent of the motion.
So thank you, Councilmember. Your recollection of sort of the events is consistent with our understanding as well in terms of how things came to pass. And I recall that internally we've had some discussions about the number of students that were going to be on campus and the number that was going to be at the JCC. And I believe, and others can correct me if I'm misremembering this, but we acknowledge that the condition is not explicitly clear to address this issue, but landed on that it was not a violation of the condition. That's my recollection.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to additional discussion on that. I'm not quite following how it's not a violation. And then one of the methods of counting trips was apparently is being adopted, which is the electronic driveway counters. Is that the only method of counting trips that's being used, or are there other methods as well?
So I'll bring it to the item that's before the council, and that's the TDM plan, which is a reflection, of course, of the conditions of approval. As far as ADT, it is measured through those trip counters at the driveway entrances and exits. That was the condition. The reporting, the three times a year reporting does also require information about parking on the surrounding streets adjacent to Castellea.
So that would be monitored as well?
It will be reported on. And I think I'd have to take a look again at the specific condition of approval to see how those two factors come together to determine ADT. But I want to also note that, the language of that condition is, has been approved. And I would look to the city attorney to.
Well, what was the language of the condition exactly?
I believe it was condition, let's see here. So condition 20 begins with the transportation demand management plan, and it's 24. Let's see. Actually, 22 says the following additional performance measures and requirements shall be incorporated into the TDM plan. A is average daily trips standard. The school's average daily trip standard is set at 1198 trips. Data from permanent driveway counters shall be placed at all entrance and exit driveways and will be used to calculate ADT. And then there's a referral to condition 24 for the monitoring and reporting and what constitutes a violation. The next letter C talks about AM peak trip standards and how the school's AM peak trips shall not exceed 383 trips. And then data from permanent driveway and exits will be used to calculate AM peak trips. So the condition, as I've read it there, refers to the trip, the monitors at the driveway entrance and exits as the metric for assessing ADT and AM peak.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
I just had a couple quick questions initially for staff. And one is your intent to have a specific person in probably the transportation department, maybe planning, to liaison with the school committee? It just seemed to be helpful as I was reading through this, that should be the same person all the time so that they know who's the liaison to the committee. I don't know if you guys have discussed that yet, but
we have not discussed that at this time.
It just seemed like some continuity would be developed and knowledge about the system. So for example, Sylvia Starlack is all up to speed on this stuff and she's doing TDM, so she'd be perfect. So I just wondered if that was underway. And the second one is that I'm not quite sure why, I don't know that this would be high quantity, but I'm not sure why during construction vehicles wouldn't be counted as trips, because they're trips. They're big noisy trips. Again, it may not be high quantities, but I just don't know why they would be cut out of the program.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, ADT was based on the number of trips that were generated by the school at a certain point in time. And there was the no net new trips component added to it. The construction trips would be additional trips to the schools already to that established standard. So I think for if I'm remembering correctly, the mitigation monitoring program did not include construction trips as part of that ADT measurement. And that's what
it may be a de
forward.
minimis number compared to the overall situation, even if people are on campus, but it seems like they are trips and we're trying to control it.
So they are trips for sure, but they're just not counted toward ADT or AMP. And that's just the way the condition was written. Explicitly, it excludes construction trips.
That's why it was written by the council motion?
Yes.
Okay. I obviously was not here for that. So
yeah, the record of land use action, not the council motion, but the record of land use action stipulates that construction trips are excluded from the calculation of ADT and AMP.
Okay, that's the only questions I have right now, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to ask also, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions then for this round. So so the school's installing those permanent vehicle counter devices at all the entrance and exits. Will the city have the right to be able to access the raw data from that?
Yes.
And is that included in this?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a condition of approval.
Great. And then another question on whether it's conditional of approval, the page 5 of the TDMP states that the PTC will determine whether the condition is necessary after 15 years. Was that also a part of the condition of approval, or is that up for discussion tonight?
That's also part of the conditions of approval.
Okay. And was explicit enough that essentially precludes council from being having the final say on that?
Well, I think I'd have to take a look at the conditions. Do you have the condition?
Okay.
So I'll recall the condition and maybe you can give us a moment to look at the specific language on that.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, maybe you can come back to me then on the next round for that. And I guess maybe a question then for city attorney, going back to the exchange between Councilmember Burt as far as the condition of approval for only using the vehicle counter devices to determine peak trips. And I think my kind of interpretation of it at the time was saying that the use of those devices would certainly be used in calculating those trips. I guess I didn't read that as precluding other methods as well. And so I'm concerned tonight that we're reading this as if we can only be using those permanent vehicle counters when we know there are also going to be additional trips not being counted the way the document is being presented to us.
Appreciate the comment. Let me take a closer look at the language.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions for this round.
Maybe just to conclude, I did read it's condition 23 that of the record of land use action, and it does stipulate that after 15 years of monitoring, the Planning and Transportation Commission shall review whether this condition is still necessary.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question for staff is simply about the neighborhood committee and what role they have played in getting us to this point. I know they were recently constituted, and I wonder if they've played any role, if they've met, and if we know what they think about the TDM plan.
So if they've met, they've not met in a capacity that responds to the conditions of approval. It is they meet when the monitoring reports come in, and so those come in 3 times a year, and it's not clear in the procedures how that happens, but internally we've been talking about how we would receive those reports from Castellea. We would review those reports, and then after we've reviewed them to check for errors or omissions, if we were satisfied with the report, we would then send it to the neighborhood committee, and then they would have 30 days to submit a recommendation. That has not happened yet. We've not transmitted anything to them yet.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I'm going to refine the question put to our city attorney by the vice mayor, as brought up by others, with respect to the method of calculating the ADT, average daily trips. Because as I look at the record, in October of 2020, the final EIR in mitigation measure 7A on page 10 mentioned driveway counters as, quote, part of the monitoring. So then the TDM does in fact track the RLUA, but the RLUA could be said to be ambiguous in condition 22B, which says data from permanent driveway counters placed at all entrance and exit driveways will be used to calculate ADT. If you stop there, it sounds definitive, but it then goes on to say, refer to condition 24 regarding the monitoring report for the ways ADT shall be calculated. When I read condition 24, it is not express or specific about what that is, but it does not say that this is the way. It does not say that it is exclusive use of the driveway counters. So whether it is or is not exclusive seems like it would be answered in 24, but I can't find the answer in 24. So when I look at those two things, I feel like there's some ambiguity that we can and should resolve as council before this is finalized. And I would want to hear the history from others, but it seems to me from what I have been hearing from the public and others that in and out of driveways, but ones that would end up in a parked vehicle nearby or a drop-off nearby, and thus that driveway monitoring may only be part of the way we count it. So my question would be, is there any, do you have any different analysis that we should be aware of? On the fly, sorry.
Working on it.
I would like to also add to Councilmember Vinker's question. So it's just the driving through the driveways that are counted, but then also why are the parked cars as well as people who are just coming in and dropping off and picking up not counted as well? Those are all considered trips as well. So if you could add that to a response. My other question is, on packet page 209, I'm not really understanding where it says that the bullet point that says the following descriptions of TDM strategies, and then it goes into identify scope and breadth of TDM measures utilized and other programs provided by the school. What are those?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I just found the page number. So which bullet are you referring to?
It's the second bullet, the following descriptions of TDM strategies.
While Director Late is looking that up, if it pleases the council, I'm Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official. I just wanted to speak a little bit to the TDM plan and how it was really set up to use technology. And the current technology that we use for TDM monitoring is typically on campus drop off and pickup. That's typically how you would count. When you get into the concept of monitoring a neighborhood and really, I'm not sure what the boundaries of that neighborhood would be. You get into very tricky area within, privacy issues, surveilling the streets, and some really difficult ongoing monitoring that I don't know how we would do and would be very unusual for any type of TDM monitoring. So just want to mention that. So that is why this TDM plan and most TDM monitoring is done at driveways.
I appreciate that, Mr. Kami. However, it does not resolve the cars in neighborhoods, and so it's not really a complete TDM plan which mitigates impacts to the neighborhood. So I do want to say that, but I appreciate your response. If there's no other questions, we'll go to the public for public comments.
Members of the public have 2 minutes to speak. And please note, if you wish to speak on this item, raise your hand or submit a speaker card prior to the first person finished speaking. Thank you. Our first speaker is Mary Sylvester.
The mayor and city council. First off, 2 minutes is completely inadequate for my comments and my colleagues from the neighborhood. We've spent over 6 long years and many late nights and tens of thousands of dollars and close to $100,000 in legal fees on this matter. And I feel this is very disrespectful to the start off with 2 very specific comments about the TDM, and I believe highlights just 2 of the many problems that exist, and I think are illustrative of city staff's inability and unwillingness to consider neighbors in a respectful and inclusive manner. And I'm happy to talk to you further about that. First of all, as to mitigation measure 7A, on the TDM, page 3, bottom of the page, bullet 2 states that the TDM incorporates all applicable mitigation measures from the certified final EIR, particularly MM4A and 7A. Number 1, mitigation measure 7A states that the driveway counters are part of the monitoring. Doesn't state that that's the only monitoring, using the term monitoring for car trips. Yet the school interprets this to mean only driveway counters can count car trips. This is confusing in that some car trips are counted and others are not. And monitoring car trips doesn't appear to include counting car trips. Please review this and make corrections. And we know that many Castellet students are dropped off throughout the neighborhood and staff parks throughout the neighborhood. And I think it's disingenuous for our—
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up.
Madam Mayor, may I please have a minute more?
I'm sorry, we're over 10 and it's already 10:16 and we have another item. So if you would just wrap it up, we really appreciate it and I apologize.
Okay. Also, MM7A states that the TDM is implemented during construction and in perpetuity. And then the performance standards of the school say that construction trips are excluded. So what is it? Are construction vehicle trips part of the TDM or are they not? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan Cooper.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I've been part of the discussion for 7 or 8 years, have lived across the street from Castalia for 39 years. And I'm going to refer to a letter that I submitted to you this morning. And that refers to what Councilman Burt was speaking of, that Castalia has, in my recollection of the compromise that was reached, and that the very good suggestion that as an incentive for Castalia to move off campus, save a year in construction, save the safety of the girls or make it safer for them, that the council made a very clear and explicit statement that if you do something good like moving off campus, then you can go right to 450 students. That is not what Castalia did. Neighbors accepted that compromise. Castalia instead has taken the tack that they tried very hard to get off campus. But since they couldn't do it, they then chose the option of taking a legal course of a 7-page letter to the city, a legal letter saying that we are indeed entitled to do what we want to do, which is to go right to 450 students because we did send some students off. I don't believe that's ethically correct, and I would like to ask council to clarify that and make a clear statement, perhaps tonight, if you are able. Be honorable and if you want to have the 450 students, then please move off campus if you can. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rob Levetsky.
Good evening, Council. The TDM was supposed to be worked out between the community and the city and the school. I thought we earned that after 6 years of working on this project, but no. Did that happen? No. The city gave Castalia carte blanche to write the TDM. Classic case of the fox guarding the henhouse. Fuzzy, ambiguous phrases such as, the school will use best efforts to, ... Here's a glaring inconsistency regarding the neighborhood RPP, residential preferential parking. As you know, there are criteria that must be met for initiating an RPP. There are also criteria that you have to meet to exit an RPP, to get out of an RPP. But there are no criteria for individuals to be excluded from future RPPs. Yet, here's what we have in the language in the parking mitigation section of the TDS. We have this phrase, quote, Castalia School agrees to be excluded from any future RPP programs. Just out right there in glaring error of there's no procedure for this, and yet they're saying that we agree to be excluded as if the city asked them if you would agree to be excluded. Ridiculous. Here's another one. This is with the garage. The school will coordinate with the Director of Planning, Development Services, and the Chief of Transportation official to identify a traffic safety warning device to be used at the garage exit that will not generate excessive noise audible at the neighboring residential properties to the greatest extent feasible. Now, we neighbors may have to listen to this device hundreds of times a day, but we're not going to even be consulted.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hank Souza.
Hello, Mayor Koo and council members. I'm Hank Souza. I live 185 feet from Castellea. I'm also a member of the three-person neighborhood committee charged with overseeing the traffic plan. I'd like to ask City Council to direct the Transportation Department to name a liaison or contact for the neighborhood committee. This is important now because Castellea School starts again in 2 weeks. And also, could you direct the school to provide us with a handbook so we know what the school tells the parents regarding parking and traffic? And finally, please leave open the possibility of making adjustments to this document as neighbors pinpoint impacts during and after the construction period. Thanks a lot.
Our next speaker is Andy Reid.
Thank you, Mayor Koo and council members. I'm Andy Reid and I live near the school. Tonight, I'm addressing traffic impacts to the neighborhood. We ask that you allow the following clarifications to the language of the TDM to ensure all car trips are being counted. There's plenty of time to get this right. The school promised no net new trips. However, car trip caps only work if all car trips are being counted. School is only counting electronic driveway count. Day, that's 53 cars around the street school. And we don't mind, we just want them all counted. Surely it was never intended that if you have two cars that approach the school and one drives over a driveway and the other parks on the street, that only one car trip would be counted. The Fair and Peers monitoring report supports our fears of undercounting car trips. The report states that the average cap peak trip is 197, which is so much lower than the 383 cap that we pulled the raw data and tested a sample of AM peak raw data. Here's a visual comparing what this report shows to the raw data. The gray line in this graph is what the report shows, the average 197. The blue line is what the sampling of the raw data shows. And the red line is adding 53 cars that we know drive and park every day. There are more, as you've heard. But I'm just trying to prove the point that something is amiss. If the car counts can't be relied upon, what else in this report veers from the spirit and intent of a TDM? Please have the transportation staff review the report and audit the numbers and ensure that the public gets accurate counting in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neva Yarkin.
Neva Yarkin. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neva Yarkin and I live on Churchill Avenue. Before the city approves Castellea's TDM plan for expansion, please consider the impacts this whole area will have to endure during construction phase. The whole point of the TDM plan is to reduce morning peak hour car trips, daily car trips, and parking demand. Once enrollment is 450 students, the school must demonstrate that 40% of its students reside within a 5-mile radius of the campus. Castellea is trying to reduce car impacts by encouraging students and employees to bike, walk, and shuttle to school. But this will be in a construction zone for X amount of years. Construction will have major impacts on surrounding streets in the neighborhood, plus Palo Alto students riding bikes or walking to the public schools. How can you have exact head counts for traffic when you will have people parking several blocks away from the school to avoid this construction nightmare? I feel safety in a construction zone should be the highest priority for Castellea's for Castellet when remodeling. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Nelson Ng.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Nelson Ng. I have been involved with the Castellet issues for the last 7 years. I first started with my son graduating from Pacc, and now both of my kids have graduated from college. So this other 7 years, this is the last things I want to do is spending the Monday night at 10:30 evening to speak in front of City Council. But I feel the duty to make sure that this TDM is really guarding against the Castellet's traffic impact to the neighborhood. I hope this is a very simple goal for the City Council to share as well. Listening to some of the question you guys are asking, I hope I have a glimmer of hope that you guys might be trying to push for that. However, when I was listening to the staff answering some of those questions, I really wonder what their goals are. Is it really just to push that whatever it is down the throat of the neighbor? I would really like to understand that the TDM just counting the traffic going into the garage, their parking lot will count 100% of their traffic. Really, unless Castellet has a tunnel that will drive all the traffic to their driveway and then come up into their parking lot, I really seriously doubt that will count 100% of those traffic. So therefore, I really would like the city staff to really work with the neighbor. There are two parties in this, Castellet and the neighbors. How come only the Castellet has the opportunity to work with the city staff to come up with this report, while the neighbor are not part of that conversation? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mindy Romanowski.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Koo and members of the council. My name is Mindy Romanowski. I am land use attorney and here tonight on behalf of Castellet. As you are aware, many of you and this council approved the project last June, including what the Planning Commission described at the time as the most ambitious TDM program in the city's history, something to be proud of. The final TDM before you tonight consolidates a myriad of approved source documents into one central document to be used as a resource. Importantly, the controlling documents for the final TDM plan, which are the conditions of approval, the mitigation measures, the council's motion, the EIR, those were approved last summer and they very much control Castellet's operation. So your only question tonight is whether this TDM plan incorporates the measures, not verbatim as is listed in the condition of approval. And if you look at all of that together, the answer is yes. And with due respect to those tonight bringing up comments about various aspects of the project, the decisions were made last summer, and now we are memorializing all of those decisions and those documents. I would like to highlight that this TDM plan, in addition to counting driveway trips, there is monitoring in the neighborhood, and my co-counsel is going to speak about the specific conditions that control that. There are many TDM things that are being put into place by the school, including shuttle services, procedures for monitoring. Last year, we had 8 full-time monitors that were working during pickup and drop-off. Parking, all the parking regulations are put up on the school's website as is required. The reports are very detailed and they will be delivered in a timely fashion to comply with all of these conditions. I think I also just want to conclude with the city transportation staff reviewed this report with many back and forth comments. And so we are pleased where it is, that it incorporates all of the various controlling source documents. And we would urge you tonight to approve this final TDM plan in accordance with the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt Francois.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Koo, members of the council, Matt Francois with Rattan and Tucker. Our firm is co-counsel for Castellea along with Mindy Romanowski. As your staff aptly pointed out, the council granted final discretionary approval for the project last June. That happened over 6 years and 20 public hearings, 100 conditions of approval. The relevant condition here is condition 20, which required that we be back here tonight with a final TDM plan to ensure that it incorporates all the disparate various conditions related to transportation. It does that. We haven't heard a single comment that there was some condition missing or some requirement or mitigation measure wasn't included in the TDM plan. So that's your focus tonight, the time to have the debate about what the conditions should be or the mitigation measure should be. We're in the 6 years leading up to June of last year. I did want to point out and correct program. If you look at condition 22G, the school in consultation with the director shall install temporary vehicle counter devices in the public rights of way as at locations determined by the director, and data will be collected for no less than 7 consecutive days. Those requirements are also reflected in condition 24B, Romanet 3 and 4. So this plan incorporates those measures, and the first TDM plan that was done did that reporting as well. As you know, you established a neighborhood committee. The next TDM plan will go to that neighborhood committee for their review and input to the director. We're past the point to impose additional conditions on the project. That it went through the planning commission. It's come to the city council multiple times. It was endorsed on a 6-1 vote by this body, and that's a final approval at this point. So we're here tonight just to satisfy condition 20, which was to ensure that all the traffic conditions and mitigation measures are incorporated in the TDM plan, and they are. So we would respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carla Befera.
Thank you, Council. Castellea's TDM is a document we will all have to live with for the next few decades, and it will create a precedent. We've read it carefully, and we ask you to pull it off for additional study. First and foremost, while the Council required in its motion that traffic be monitored and reported, the school and city staff have interpreted this as the school will write its own TDM and then will hire its own firm to monitor traffic. And this is the part I love. The school will then review the data collected and then share those findings. This is both asking the fox to guard the hen house and then to provide a report on the chickens. We asked the TDM to be rewritten so that an independent traffic monitoring company hired by the city of Palo Alto and paid for by the school will track and report its findings directly to the city and the neighborhood committee that has now been set up to review it. Secondly, there's so much ambiguous language in the TDM, which offers the school multiple opportunities to reinterpret the rules. Why is this so important? Need we point out the most recent example? The council gave the school a maximum of 416 students until construction was complete, or as an incentive to move, it would be allowed to enroll 450. As we've seen, the school is instead doing both. It's remaining on campus and it has increased enrollment by moving a portion of the new students to the JCC. Among the issues this raises, neighbors were told specifically by Nancy Kaufman that whenever the school has an all-school meeting or event, of course the off-site students and their families will be invited, noting it doesn't say that we can't. Tonight, we ask that you add to the TDM a requirement that the city hires a traffic consultant who reports directly to the city, that events on campus cannot be open to students beyond the 416 cap, the traffic being monitored is actually included in the final counts. The distinction is between the word monitoring and the word counting. And fourth, we ask your help in tightening the language. We cannot help but think allowing the school to write its own TDM was inviting nebulous restrictions that can be reinterpreted at will. This version is full of erroneous loopholes, and we ask for your help in clarifying the language. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Matt Glickman.
Hi, thank you for including me. My name is Matt Glickman. I'm both a neighbor and parent of 3 Castellea grads, so I'm a supporter of the school. We had a great experience there. And I would just ask you to include the neighborhood committee, but actually include them, listen to them, rely on them as a resource. As you can hear from this, they have information that they can bring to help do something that works for the school and for the neighbors. I heard a lot of good questions from Councilman Birdstone, the Kings, and others that I think were echoed by what the neighbors would bring to the table. I heard Mr. Late say, we're going to include the neighbors later, and we're going to make interpretations based on what the school tells us. So I just like to equalize it so that we can not have to stay here till 11 o'clock and push off other topics that you have. I think we can come to a really good resolution if you include both the neighbors and the schools equally in the process. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Bruce McLeod.
There we go. Thank you, Council, for listening to us tonight and giving us the opportunity to speak. I have a couple things to add to this. During the final deliberations for Castellea's conditional use permit, several council members stated that a robust, enforceable TDM to protect the neighborhood from excessive impacts was an integral component of the project and part of their rationale to approve the CUP. The 65-page document before you tonight is neither robust nor enforceable. It is late, complicated, often imprecise, and in many cases has sections with conflicting information that are open to interpretation. Even tonight, we have heard Planning Director Late and Castellea's legal counsel offer differing interpretations of the traffic counters in the driveways. We've already seen problems with the current monitoring process. In November, the traffic counts on the streets were compromised and unusable. Instead of redoing them then, the city staff waived the reporting and relied on counts from April for this year's data. At no point was this non-compliance made public. The lack of transparency and accountability from the city is appalling. As the council is well aware, this document will be used as a precedent for many ensuing CUP applications. It is time for the council to demand what they asked for to protect the city's neighborhoods. Please consider the following. Continue action on the TDM to a date certain as needed for adequate review. Direct staff to collect specific comments and suggestions on TDM sections from neighbors or the neighborhood committee and meet publicly to address those comments prior to any report back to council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we'll bring it back to council, but if staff has any responses to the questions that were put forward, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to think through some of those initial questions and to hear the public comments. With respect to the first question about enrollment, that is, we're recalling that we had a conversation and we were leaning, toward not following through with a code enforcement action, but it may be that we haven't completed our thoughts on that, and we need maybe a little bit more time to sort of work through that. But importantly, it's not really an item for the council's deliberation this evening, which is not on a potential violation of a CUP, but rather the TDM plan. So we're going to request that we table that item. Ms. Reed spent a fair amount of time going through a lot of data, and we heard a moment ago some errors with that data. There is a report that we received from Castellea, the first monitoring report, and the first monitoring report had some errors with it. It turns out that one of the driveway counters was faulty, and we did not have the proper data for that. And that's the report that's posted online, and presumably the report that Ms. Reed has run some initial analysis. We've asked for an updated report to correct the information, and we've received that report, and we're reviewing that now. This week and into next week, we'll be reviewing that data. We do get the raw data as well as the summary from the consultant. We went through this in the public hearing process of why their consultant would go through and prepare an initial report to us and submit this data. And then our team in the Office of Transportation would scrub that data and look for inconsistencies or problems with it. And that's the review that we're doing. So we are not just accepting the report from the consultant, from the applicant, we're also doing our review as well. And so, I think there's one thing to just sort of acknowledge is that this is a really extensive document, the record of land use action. We have not had a transportation demand management plan like this previously approved in the city. And so there necessarily is going to be some trying to figure it out as we go along. And that's what we're trying to do now at this early stage, is sort of get into a place where we can know what to expect from the applicant, what our expectations are for compliance with the conditional the CUP. And so we're kind of working our way through that process. So no intention to be, not transparent. We've shared some information that we've had available. We're happy to share more with the committee and be engaged in that process. I want to come back to the driveway counters as the measure for AM peak and average daily trips. And it took me a while, but I had to sort of recall some Planning and Transportation Commission dialogue on this very issue. Mitigation Measure 7A is a fairly lengthy mitigation in response to the environmental impact report that was prepared for this document. And it goes on to the purpose of this mitigation measure is to reduce the average daily trips and maintain a maximum peak hour trip volume. And it goes on to list a bunch of reasons or ways that will be achieved. One thing to note is that at the time that the environmental impact report was prepared, the mitigation measure had a higher average daily trip of 1296. The approval is 1198, I believe. It had a higher AM peak trip count of 440 trips. The proposal's somewhere around 383. And when the Planning Commission said no net new trips, that's a more restrictive standard than was set forth in the environmental impact report as it was studied. And as you get past that piece, and you heard it referenced here today, that Castellet shall conduct routine traffic monitoring and submit monitoring reports 3 times a year. That's the condition that's imposed. It talks about reducing to 2 trips per year. It says that Castellet shall install traffic counting devices at each project site driveway and submit the raw data along with the data summary and analysis in the monitoring reports. And that the analysis shall also include reporting on, I should back up. And I said, as part of this monitoring, Castellet shall install the traffic counting devices at each driveway. It didn't say that the driveway counters are part of the determination of AM peak or average daily trips. It said that as part of the monitoring program, these trip counters shall also be reported in addition to other items that they've asked us to report. And those other items talk about 15-minute increments, student, surveys that would be required, and other information that is already incorporated into the record of land use action. So when you're asking the question about the reason, one of the sort of overriding ideas of this assess whether a violation has occurred. And the reason, as I believe through the Planning and Transportation Commission process, that we landed on a specific measure for AM peak and average daily trip by the driveway counters is because it was objective, it was measurable, and we could determine whether it was a violation. It's less likely that we're going to be able to do that effectively if we're counting cars parked on a side of a street, because while there's a local sort of arrangement or understanding that the Castellea folks park on their side of the street and the residents honor that and they park on the other side of the street, we can't guarantee that that's always going to be the case. And as Mr. Kami had noted, we don't have effective mechanisms today to track that that recording. And I will note the additional reference of traffic monitoring that was referenced by Castellea's legal counsel is a different thing than what we're talking about with AM peak or average daily trips. That's a strip measured 3 times a year on the street. And so we're collecting data about all kinds of traffic, not just Castellea. So it's not perfectly relevant in that regard. So that's why we have this condition that is really specific and is tied to the trip counters. I will note that we are collecting a lot of other data where we ask for data about who's parking on the side of on the Castellea side of the street. We ask for data about how people are getting to the school. There's a survey that's performed and the students complete that survey and they detail how they got to school. And so it's the compilation of all of this data, the trip counters and all the supplemental information that we receive that allows us to determine whether or not, helps us inform whether or not we have some issues with the ongoing operation of the school. This data, this report is transmitted to the neighborhood committee. The neighborhood committee reviews it and it has 30 days to give a recommendation to the planning director. If we have problems, we try to resolve those, or I would anticipate that we would try to resolve those. This hasn't happened in actuality yet. And where we have issues, if we need to flag an issue, something's not working and we're not getting resolution, we always have the opportunity to go to the Planning and Transportation Commission and say, here's what the condition says, here's what's been observed, here's the challenge that the neighbors are complaining about or concerned about. And we need your help or guidance to, maybe figure out a solution. So there are mechanisms in place to help address these issues. Apologize for the long-winded sort of opportunity to respond. I'll just look over to my colleagues. Anything further to note? Okay. Mayor, thank you.
I don't see any lights, so I'm just going to ask a question. So in the draft from the action minutes from that day when we adopted the motion, item number 7 specifically states that staff is to draft detailed TDM and return for a public session with council, ideally within 6 months. This item can be placed on consent. It doesn't say it shall be placed on consent. It says it can. And it also says return for a public session. So it's an opportunity for a discussion and to get better understanding of how this TDM is done. My other question is, why was this not, we have a neighborhood committee that was put together that council asked for. Why is it that this TDM and all its data, when it was formulated, was not something that was worked out with the neighborhood, with the neighbor committee? Why was it so late that the neighborhood committee was formed or given permission to form, only for us to have to now review this TDM, draft TDM, without their consideration or their involvement?
Okay, well, I can answer a couple of those questions. I wasn't charged with reviewing this document that's being presented to the city council. It was charged with reviewing the TDM monitoring reports that are submitted 3 times a year. That's the role of the neighborhood committee. As you know, the neighborhood committee was formed in June this year, and we were looking to put both the neighborhood committee selection and the TDM on one agenda item in June. But we bifurcated it for the reasons I noted in my presentation. As for, why, why a year later as opposed to 6 months later? I think that reflects the complexity of the document and the iterations between the applicant and staff. There was nothing binding about the 6 months, and so we took that as a target, and we recognized and we shared it with the residents that we were not going to be able to meet that target.
I don't think I'm as bothered by the 6 months as I am about drafting a detailed TDM and returning it for a public session with council. So opportunity for discussion, opportunity for review of this TDM. I think I'm also more about the comments that was said that this was to be placed on consent, but we've pulled it in order to be an action. It should always have been an action item, and that there should have been the proper opportunity for more discussion on this, and for the neighbors to be able to put in their input. I understand that we weren't specific in specifying that the neighborhood committee should be part of the discussion and part of working on this TDM, since they do know their neighborhood the best. And I do think that there's more things that need to be worked out, and the raw data that is now correct, that you have a correct copy of, should be also provided to the neighbors for them to review. Since my understanding is that the raw data that they used was not the correct data. So there should be a more of opportunity for them to review. Then I do want to say that what would trigger, and how would the process be for a planning, if something is violated, if there was a violation or there's reporting that is not kosher, how would they report it to you as the planning director and for it to get onto Planning and Transportation Commission for review? What would trigger it?
So I think you're asking if the neighborhood committee found some violation in the monitoring report that was transmitted. Their role would be to flag that for my attention.
Yes.
And we would look at that, and if validated, we would reach out to Castellea. They would have an opportunity to cure their violation.
Oh, so it will be between you, the neighborhood group, and Castellea?
Well, I don't know what the subject is.
So you were just telling me the process that when they're looking at their reports, the monitoring, the TDM report that comes through, then the neighborhood group would look at it. If there's a problem, they'll come to you and you reach out to Castellea. So did I hear wrong that it could be initiated to the Planning and Transportation Commission as an agenda item for them to discuss? Did I hear that wrong?
So that would be much later on in the process if a violation involved, if we were unable to resolve an issue. But before that time, there's an iterative process where the record of land use action actually stipulates the process of what to do in the event of a violation. The council's approved it, and its applicant gets a chance to cure the violation. If they don't cure the violation, we can issue a citation and pursue our administrative remedies through our code enforcement program. If it's a violation of the TDM, there are other penalties. They need to add additional TDM, at least one other additional TDM measure at their choice. The first violation. The second time, it's at the director's choice in consultation with Mr. Cami and the Office of Transportation. A third violation is, a reduction in enrollment up to a certain number of students. So all of these procedures are set forth in the record of land use action. And presumably at that point, if we're running into some problems, we're going to come back before the Planning and Transportation Commission.
Thank you. I see other lights. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think one of the big issues in this ongoing saga has really been just a breakdown of trust between the school and the neighborhood, and much of the debate back in, well, for several meetings, but especially that last meeting in June 2022 was finding compromise in order to be able to start to rebuild that trust. And a big part of that compromise was this TDM, and really promising the neighbors that there was going to be teeth to that. And I'm hearing kind of staff's interpretation of ambiguity on the issue of what's being on the counters and what goes into that report. But that wasn't my recollection. And I pulled up the draft minutes from the June 6th, 2022 meeting, and it is very explicit on that desire, as well as, and I'll get to it later, as well as on the issue of construction and enrollment increases. But just to quote real quick 2 lines here, many of the council members were interested in making sure that all trips are counted, not just the trips to campus. Dropping off or parking in the neighborhood and then walking to campus undermined the intent of the TDM plan. And then a few lines below, it says, applicant Kathy Lamdacker supported monitoring the neighborhood. In the conditions of approval, the school was required to monitor the parking in the neighborhood daily. So, and my kind of interpretation of what you were saying, Director Late, as far as what we then can do tonight seems consistent. I mean, seems clear to me that we are able to modify the language here to make sure that we're not just focused on trips onto campus, but also the surrounding neighborhood, just as council had promised and included in our motion, just as we promised to the neighborhood, and just as the applicant accepted in their response to council member questions during that meeting. So I don't really understand. I mean, I get the issue that Mr. Kami raised as far as this is a more burdensome way of making the count. I don't think that should stop us. I mean, this has been a complex matter for a very long time. I mean, is there any issue with us sending out a counter, an employee out 3 times randomly a year who's going to count the cars along the edge of the campus, monitor drop-offs, count? There could be a member of Castellea at that verifying their own counts as well. I mean, I think there are ways relying on those traffic counters, those stationary traffic counters.
So thank you, Vice Mayor. So appreciating that we can pull up minutes and look at, some of the language expressing individual or a group of the council's perspective on a particular topic. But it's through the course of the deliberation and, positions changing or being refined in order to address the compromise. What I have to react to is the conditions of approval as they were adopted by the city council. And so that is the source that I need to look to as far as how do we measure ADT. But I will also acknowledge there's a couple of things. The council was clear that it did not want students parking in the neighborhood. That was reflected in your motion. And I blanket on it right now, but we can pull up the motion. And I think there was some specific language about not parking in the neighborhood. And in this document, and I can find the page for you, in the TDM plan that's before you today, there's some explicit language that reaffirms Castellea's commitment and obligation to park on site on street adjacent to their property or in satellite parking. Those are the only areas where Castellea is allowed to park. And they acknowledge that in this plan that's before you. So that expression and that interest of the council, I believe, is embedded in this document that's before you. If neighbors observe students parking in the neighborhood and walking to school, that's a violation. And that's the type of thing I would expect to get a phone call about and saying, hey, we're seeing, students parking in the neighborhood. And we can begin our code enforcement efforts to, monitor that and see if there's a violation. And a violation of the CUP, of the record of land use, is pretty significant. I mean, it because of the provision, the issue of trust, as you have indicated, this mechanism for escalation is not, is spelled out here. That's never been spelled out before in another document. So I believe we've reflected the council's intent and interest in that, and we have a procedure to follow through.
And thank you, Director Lade. If you don't mind, just to add on to that, one other factor that goes into that is the survey that's done by the consultant, which tracks what different modes are used to get to school. So if somebody was to bike to school, if somebody was to take a bus to school, or to walk to school, and one of the questions that's asked specifically is to drive and park on street at the school. And if any of those show up, that is a violation as well.
And further, Vice Mayor, if I may, I'm looking at condition number 25 in the record of land use action. A Romanet 5, 6, and 7, which goes on to say, as a part of their handbook and implementation of their TDM plan, that once per day, school personnel shall monitor parking on site and on surrounding public streets. The school shall notify any violators that they must move their cars. Romanet 6, Castellea students, faculty and staff and parents shall be instructed to park exclusively either on campus at designated off-site lots made available for school use or on the school side of adjacent streets where parking is permitted. Daily monitoring of parking shall be conducted and offenders shall be instructed where to park. Romanet 7, the school shall develop clear disciplinary consequences for students and parents who do not cooperate with the parking requirements. Any of those, I mean, that's exactly the kind of thing that you're talking about. It's embedded in the record of land use action. It's embedded in this TDM plan. And, we have code enforcement. If we become aware of this, we will do this. We'll go out and we'll investigate it. I know there's a challenge, right? To catch violations. And I don't want to give you the impression, because I see some of the smiles about, code enforcement and how that's not going to, solve the issue. I understand that. But I will note, you've authorized additional position in code enforcement. We are going to shift toward more proactive enforcement, and we have $15,000 on, deposit from the applicant for ongoing monitoring and enforcement during construction and during operation. So we actually have a steady funding source to follow up and get additional staffing resources to help us enforce this TDM plan and the record of land use action. I'm not saying we're going to solve every issue, but we have resources for this one that we don't typically have for other projects.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So first, I appreciate that before us tonight is really the compliance with the TDM under the conditions of approval, and not adding additional conditions, and that this issue about students being on campus during construction is not part of that. So I want to just give one brief comment on it without looking for additional response from staff, because I read the motion carefully. And it says, if students are on the Casti campus during construction, maintain enrollment at 416. Well, students under this proposal by Castellea, students will be on campus. So this question of whether it's all or some, a plain reading of the motion seems to answer that. It's if any students, I mean, it's if students are on, and students will be on. So moving on, under 4B of the council motion, it says that the 3-person neighborhood committee will make recommendations to the planning director regarding the school's compliance with community conditions of approval. And is it your interpretation that those recommendations are not about what the how the TDM program would comply with the conditions of approval? I assume that that would be the case, and therefore this 3-member committee should have had an opportunity to have a substantive opportunity to give recommendations to the planning director leading up to this hearing.
So I need to pull up the council motion.
Yeah, it simply says make recommendations to the planning director regarding the school's compliance with conditions of approval.
And are you looking at the action minutes from that?
It's in the action minutes, and it's the final motion.
So you're on page.
It was approved. This is page 23 of 35.
Okay. And you said number 4? Yes, number 4.
Oh my!
Okay,
Burning
so
up my clock.
Sorry, just want to. So I've read A through D, and it doesn't say. I don't have the same. I don't walk away with the same impression that this item that's before the city council was necessarily subject to. Was subject to the neighborhood committee. It talks about reviewing TDM reports. This is the TDM plan. It talks about events because there's provisions in the record of land use action that would allow Castellea to ask and the committee to grant or make a recommendation to the director to grant changes to the events. We know that if there's violations of the record of land use action, that's something that's available to us.
Yeah, but my point is that what we're looking at, the very subject tonight, is whether the TDM program complies with the conditions of approval. That is what this meeting's about.
No, it's not. It's does the TDM plan reflect the conditions of approval? Does it reflect the requirements of the mitigation monitoring program? Does it include the provisions of the TDM plan that Castellea previously had and the enhancements that were proposed throughout that process? So no, I'm sorry. I respectfully don't have that same conclusion after reading that.
In that section, what does 4B mean then?
Make recommendations to the planning director regarding the school's compliance with the community conditions of approval. The conditions of approval are the record of land use action. So this would be an alleged violation of the, I don't know, 70, 100, I don't know how many conditions we have.
Well, yeah, so it could be interpreted one of those two ways. Is it about subsequently, once we have the TDM program all approved, did they then comply with that and the other conditions of approval?
Right. And I guess I would argue that the city council has already approved the TDM plan. It was part of your action in June. Granted, it was referenced in links and it was compiled in different areas, which is why we have the condition of approval. that says we want to bring forward a compilation, a summary document that in and of itself is non-binding, but a reflection of the requirements of the different components of the TDM plan that had been reviewed through the public process. Again, those components were Castilleja's existing TDM plan that they had been operating under. It was the Nelson-Nygaard enhanced TDM plan recommendations. It was the mitigation measures, and it was the conditions of approval. This document that you're endorsing tonight, should you choose to do so, is a reflection of all of these requirements into one compilation.
Well, is it simply a compilation? Isn't it also a refinement?
It's intended to be a summary that is accessible to the public, to Castilleja and staff. But there's also a note that, where there's areas of disagreement or ambiguity or question, you revert back to the source documents. And those are the documents that I had previously listed.
Okay. So the other thing that was confusing earlier was when we were talking about how the monitoring would occur, and this question of whether it's going to be this black and white standard of the driveway triggers. And then our transportation official noted that it would be very difficult for us to have staff to be able to go out and do all those other things. But then we heard from Mr. Francois and comments that you subsequently clarified that there's really another layer to the whole compliance, which is we have one that we're going to quantitatively measure on the drop-offs, and then all the others that still apply and violations of those other things will be clear violations of the CUP, right?
So I think there's a very specific standard in the conditions of approval that stipulate what triggers a violation of ADT and
so those various things, whatever those are.
Okay, well, I think that's a very specific standard. And then there are other components of the TDM plan that reduces that. Other components of the TDM plan that are being monitored and reported upon so that we can have a fuller understanding or awareness of the potential impacts to the neighborhood.
Okay. And then lastly, we do have the issue of they have Fair and Pierce to be providing the TDM program. But the motion said staff to draft the detailed TDM program and return for a public session. And so the question is both, are you saying that we've done that? We took Fair and Pierce recommendations and then we drafted the TDM program, or did Fair and Pierce really draft the TDM program, or Castilleja really draft it?
So Castilleja prepared the document that's before the council this evening. And it is a document that reflects, through the many public hearings that we've had on this topic, refinements to a TDM plan based on initial recommendations by, first the existing TDM plan, refinements by Nelson-Nygaard, and these other improvements, again, as refined through the Planning and Transportation Commission meetings and through City Council. So staff did not write the specific elements. They are components that were existing, components that were added based on other suggestions on how do we reduce trips, and the compilation is what the condition required and what the applicant prepared. Staff reviewed it for consistency and compliance with all of those source documents. And at that point, when we felt like it was accurate, and it wasn't accurate the first time around, first couple times around, it wasn't, we got revisions made. And then now we have transmitted to the council for this public hearing.
All right. Well, my time's over for now.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I guess I want to start with the observation, much like that of Vice Mayor Stone, that it's unfortunate that the relationship between this prestigious girls' school and our prestigious city is so broken. And until that trust is rebuilt, we can expect to spend a lot more time in the weeds of the Castellea campus, I expect. You're at the beginning of what will undoubtedly be an even more stressful period for both parties, as every construction project is. So I hope that we can get the neighborhood committee up and running and informed, and that both the school and its neighbors going forward try really hard to hear each other's concerns and work out as many issues as possible. Because I can't help but feel that if we're having this much trouble over the mechanics of how one counts cars, that we're going to take a disproportionate amount of time of all of yours. And you've already spent 6 years, as you mentioned, so from the school's time and council's time. So I hope we can get to a place where the relationship improves. I thank you, Director Late, for responding to many of our questions. And I think you made a good point about the driveway counters on the issue of whether or not they are the measures of cars. And you mentioned MM7A in response to the EIR, the purpose to reduce trip volume, and that that is not necessarily the counting provision. I think it's the monitoring provision and reporting and I went back and reread it, and I tend to agree. However, in condition 22, I still struggle with the average daily trips. This is 22B, where it says data from the driveway counters will be used to calculate ADT. So they will be used, but it does not say they will be the exclusive thing used. And in fact, it says, refer to condition 24 regarding the ways ADT shall be calculated. I don't see in 24 how ADT shall be calculated. Now, maybe you can show me, but if not, I would suggest that this TDM is ambiguous. And the staff report says that in the case when the TDM is ambiguous, that this council can provide direction. Now, we can't add stuff. We can't add new requirements, but we can do something about it. So I guess my question is, where in 24 does it show the ways that ADT shall be calculated?
So Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official here. I'm not sure if somebody else is looking to respond, but as I was mentioning earlier, the average daily weekday, sorry, getting a pop-up here, but the average daily weekday traffic volumes, you get it also from item 6. I think it's 24B6. And 24, was it 24B2, which is the total average weekday trips, excluding construction trips, as we mentioned earlier, special events and non-school, summer school reported separately. And then under 6, we see rates of alternative transportation. And that's what I was mentioning earlier, which is the other modes. Other than those that are counted through the driveway, those would be the trips that, somebody's biking, walking. If if Casti runs a shuttle or somebody takes a bus or something like that. So that's how we would find the other rates beyond just the driveway counters.
But that's not part of the ADT, is it? The alternative transportation, or is it?
No, it's not.
Right. So I don't think that helps us calculate ADT.
But what
six.
Mr.
Maybe there are
Kami,
others.
I'm sorry, but what Mr. Kami was referring to is what I was reading to as well. And it stipulates, refer to 24 for how, let's see, regarding the monitoring report and ways ADT shall be calculated. It doesn't go into the traffic engineers. It doesn't go upon Mr. Kami to explain that to us, but it goes on to say some parameters by which it'll be used. One is the driveway volume counts are in 15-minute increments. Another is that ADT excludes construction trips, special events, and major events. And that summer school shall be counted separately. So it begins to lay out sort of what's in and what's out. And so that there's clarity when you are making that determination of compliance with 1198 daily trips or the 300 some odd average daily trips, that you don't include some of these factors. So that's our understanding of how that was intended to be addressed.
So I see B1 that the report shall include the 15-minute increment data. So that's what it includes, not how you calculate it, I would argue. Then the others, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which numbers you're talking about, but calling out the special event and major event days, that's not how you calculate on a given day. I think that's the larger overall average.
Right. So again, it doesn't get into the technical way in which a traffic engineer would measure ADT. I don't, it's a, and Mr. Kami, feel free to, step in, but I believe it's for AM peak, there's a 2-hour period where we determine, what is the AM peak time? And that's roughly, and I'm ballparking it here, Mr. Kami can speak to it, 7 to 9. And within that period of time, you find the peak hour where you have the most trips. So it's not detailing that level of specificity in 24, but every one of these Romanette items in B provides information on how do you collect the data and what's included and what's not included.
Well, but AM peak time is different than ADT.
True.
So why is that relevant to calculating ADT?
I was using that. I'm sorry. AM peak.
Yeah, just to note that is correct. Peak is different from ADT. So ADT is the average.
Yeah, let me just suggest, I know, I appreciate, and thank you for explaining this to me and helping explicate what's in here. But I would argue if we're having this much trouble trying to sort this out, that it is ambiguous, right? It is not clearly saying ADT shall be calculated, blah, blah, blah. I see nothing like that. We're trying to figure out which subparagraphs I through X, go into it, how it puts together. I would argue that makes it ambiguous to the degree that we could clarify this particular provision of the TDM. That's just my view. And I don't know who decides. I don't know if we defer to our attorney. I don't know how we sort that out.
Well, so I think this is a different question. And again, I would ask Mr. Kami to explain from a professional standpoint, how is average daily trip measured? Throughout this whole process, we've had so many consultants engaged in this effort, and we would have brought a consultant here this evening to go over the details of average daily trip if we thought that was going to be a discussion point, but we didn't, and we thought it was a reflection of that. So, Mr. Kami, can you explain the professional standard for how ADT is determined?
Yeah, so it's the total traffic volume during that time period divided by the number of days. So it's the average daily trips over the period, excluding the days that we wouldn't want to include.
Okay, thank you. I'm over my time. I just wanted to finish on this point. I still contend that this is ambiguous because we're not seeing the ADT set forth in here as you just described it or not. I mean, that said, I appreciate that having a bright line way to count so that we can assess a violation or not actually makes some sense to me. But it also makes sense to me that if it's average daily trips, all the trips divided by the number of days to get the average daily trip, that we should still count all the trips. And so perhaps, you do that, the traffic engineers can tell us, but maybe you say on average, there's 53 cars parked around plus another 10. And so let's subtract 60 from 1198 and have the counters be the bright line, but let's make it 1138. I don't know, but I would argue that this does not give us sufficient clarity. My time is over. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think at this late hour, it is important to sort of define the problem. And I appreciate Councilmember Vinker for getting that direction, because we just had two council members that were there explain what they thought that they said on June 6th. And it was very unambiguous, and staff didn't agree. And what the school wants is they want a document that is handed down from Moses that is chipped in stone that they can work with. And what we want as a city is some flexibility to make some improvements and changes. This is never going to get to PTC for years if there's any problems because of the way we've got this set up, which is the way it's set up. But I think we need to focus on the fact that we in these few people are not agreeing on what this says. And how do we hand this over to the community and the school and say, now you understand it, right? So somehow this needs more work. To me, the draft minutes of the 6th, where it says the school is responsible for traffic control and enforcing no parking or drop-offs in unauthorized streets is very specific. Now, how you measure that might not be such a bright line. And so that's very clear. And yet we're disagreeing on what that is. So we don't have concurrence on that. And I think this was to direct the record of land use. So, and there's other phrases in this document. I'm going to try to be brief here. On the packet page 208, we say information on compliance with parking and drop-off requirement, including parking or drop-off in the surrounding neighborhood, which is condition 24. So it's compliance. It's not just, let's check on it occasionally. And then the spot that was referenced by one of the attorneys for Casti in the middle of page 5, packet 206, TDA monitoring and reports used for monitoring, but not to determine a violation of the CUP. That was with the electronic things. So what we're all trying to get to here is to make sure that the number of trips doesn't go up. But we're dealing with only a subset of that if we're only dealing with the electronic counters. And the vice mayor suggested, maybe we have to do it manually. We got to be out there sometimes with little clickers counting the cars. That's been done before. And if that's the only way we can do it as opposed to come up with nothing, it seems like that's what we have to do, because otherwise we're saying, well, we've discovered that there's being some drop-offs. We don't know how many. Probably the school doesn't have a lot of incentive to present the number if they know it, because that's going to raise the trip number. And so we're not really measuring the traffic. And so we can't make a decision. And everyone has said for about the last 3 years, at least, the TDM is the linchpin of the whole success. And everybody hopes that it works, but we're not counting all of the traffic. So how can we evaluate whether it works? And one last thing coupled with that is that I'm feeling that this is too restrictive in terms of how we can make adjustments. I'm not saying this is a suggestion, but if you see a report 3 times that the such and such a neighborhood drop-off is blatant and there's lots of pictures, maybe the planning director should be able to change that wait a year for correction of that, So there doesn't seem to be enough tools to kind of move quickly on this as well. And I'm not trying to add to this. I'm just saying, how do we actually do the measurements, do the counting, not just the monitoring, and make a fair decision for all parties involved? The wording is at the very least ambiguous. I agree with Councilmember Banker, and quite associate myself with comments from the vice mayor on both the community interest and relationship, as well as the fact that I think that was clear direction in that motion in June that is not being agreed to tonight. So I think bottom line is we have to figure out a way to, in some way to continue this for further discussion.
Councilmember
If I may,
Tanaka. Go ahead, Mr. Kami.
Apologies. Yeah, just if I may really quickly, I just want to note that, we do have that survey that I've mentioned and also the neighborhood parking monitors. And the reason I want to mention those is those are really additional information that can let us determine whether we think we're getting, it really helps us to verify the data that we're getting from the driveway counts. So if we see, as an example, neighborhood traffic, we get a baseline, we look at neighborhood traffic and we see all of a sudden the neighborhood traffic has increased significantly. Does that line up? Does that sync up with what we're seeing from the ADT counts? So it really helps us to verify, what we see as, is this consistent with our driveway counts? So those are the reasons why we've got those additional things, the survey and also the neighborhood traffic counting.
I happen to agree with all that in terms of the value, but that doesn't get us a count. And so you're still in the middle of debating this between the school and the neighbors and the council.
Are you done? Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to say anything? You haven't spoken.
Well, I just want to note the time. It's 11:30. I think there've been a lot of great comments from the people, the public, the staff, my council members. But it is 11:30 and I'm wondering, how do we come to close on this? So I'd like to make a motion, which is basically the staff recommendation, approve the transportation demand management plan as consistent with the conditions of approval for the Castellia School Redevelopment Project, and then we revisit it in 6 months.
Second. I'd like to make a substitute motion. And that is to continue this agenda item. And meanwhile, that staff reaches out to the neighborhood committee and provide all the correct reports, accurate reports to help them make the determination of the raw data as well as all relevant information. I'm looking for a second, and I'm also open to amend to changes and editing to my motion.
I will second that to understand exactly what you want back.
I want, so as before it comes back to council, a staff member should go and discuss this and take comments from the neighborhood committee, working with them on a TDM that can be that has more teeth. I don't know what's a better word than teeth.
Again, just asking as a seconder. So would that mean that there would have to be a prior agreement between of the committee and the staff and the school?
No. Possible, but what they can't agree with to bring it back to council. So I think that staff, Castellia, and the neighborhood should be working together on this. And I mean, this is the first step in establishing some sort of trust and perhaps a working relationship moving forward.
I'll stay with my second.
Did you say you stay? Did you want to make any corrections to the? Madam Clerk, if you could say, reach out to the neighborhood committee and stakeholders. No, and? Well, I was just going to say with the school as well. Maybe take out stakeholders and just put school. Yeah, I was going to say remove and provide accurate reports. So it'll be neighborhood committee and school to formulate a draft TDM plan to bring back to council. Does that work for you?
Mayor, if I might, just for you and council's consideration, maybe worth reminding the council that the committee, as formulated by council, makes it subject to the Brown Act. And so both the meeting will need to be established consistent with the Brown Act, as well as presumably, since they're now advisory to the council as framed here, you can't have two members of that committee speaking to each other outside of that meeting. I think it's somewhat problematic.
Then they just pick two for the committee?
Well, it's a committee of three.
It's a committee of three,
whose
so.
membership was approved by the council, as directed by council, that had a staff's interpretation, a pretty discrete function. With this motion, it does broaden the function of that committee, and understanding that, again, there may be some disagreement as to staff's prior interpretation of its role. But I'm simply raising for your awareness something of a corner we may have painted ourselves into.
Please.
Yeah, I think the city manager raises a valid concern that if the motion directs the neighborhood committee, and that should be capitalized in this, to report back to the council, then it triggers the Brown Act. The way it was in the motion last year is that the neighborhood committee is reporting to the planning director. And so even though the council approved that membership, that wouldn't trigger a Brown Act, correct?
It actually does. Okay. Council appointed the committee, that makes them a Brown Act committee.
So even though they were selected by the planning director and we
They were proposed
ratified
by the
that,
county planning director and approved by council. They're a Brown Act committee. For the purposes of they can talk to each other about other Castellea related issues, but for the scope and jurisdiction of the body, they need to.
so I guess I have a question in retrospect. If those three members were, if the planning director was good with those three members and bringing it to the council for ratification, trigger the Brown Act, was everybody clear that was going to be the ramification of it coming to the council for approval?
So, Madam Attorney, what can we do over here in order for staff to be having a conversation about the TDM plan with the neighborhood committee?
Would it be-
Councilmember Vancouver?
I just want to suggest a friendly amendment that might help answer that question. What if it was reach out to the neighborhood and committee and school to review and provide advice regarding ambiguities in the draft TDM, but to the director? Sorry.
If the committee is meeting to do some of its work, and this work will be within its purview, it needs to be a noticed meeting. So you just notice a meeting and have a discussion.
So I would say that it doesn't make them non-Brown acted, but I am interested in still the focus that you provided on the purpose of this. It is not so open-ended. It's really to address ambiguities. Are there other issues besides ambiguities?
Well, I'm trying to avoid the prohibition on adding new requirements. So ambiguities can be ambiguous.
Or, yeah.
But I think, but that is something appropriate to be for the review of this. So if the committee, because as opposed to formulating, they can review the ambiguities in it. That you're right, that doesn't solve the Brown Act problem.
I think that could be helpful.
Yeah, just a thought is that what if there were concerns about omissions as opposed to ambiguities or need for clarifications?
An omission can make it ambiguous.
But there's two things we can do. You can, if the TDMP failed to accurately describe a previously approved requirement, that would be an omission if it failed to describe it. Right? So that or is ambiguous. So I think those are the two things that are appropriate at this stage, according to our staff report. So if the neighborhood committee reviewed and provided advice on whether or not a previously approved requirement was present or not, or whether or not the TDM is ambiguous and what to do about it.
Yeah, that would have to be in the refined language. It's not yet.
So we could say, and the accuracy of the description of previously approved requirements, because I'm just reading from the staff report. So the accuracy of the description of previously approved requirements. But I think our attorney's having an issue.
I now I'm a little confused. I thought that you wanted to those and the school to receive those. I would caution the council not to ask the committee to provide what is essentially legal advice. If
Not to provide advice?
We were
not
asked to
legal
do
advice.
that. So if the city council believed that it failed to accurately describe a previously approved requirement, we could then provide direction. And so what we're asking for is their views on whether or not it accurately described a previously approved requirement. So
But if I may, if what the city attorney just suggested of simply asking them to provide comments gives enough latitude, maybe that's the language we should settle on.
I mean, I think, are you pulling this from a staff report?
Yes.
Yeah, so if a dispute ultimately ripens, it's not going to be the staff report that's at issue. It's going to be the record of land use action that you approved.
Yes, no, I was trying to follow the advice to us from staff in the report as to what our scope of ability to act tonight is. And so I was trying to be respectful of that and incorporate it in the motion.
Right. So but rather than just ask them about the meta issue of whether we should even have the conversation, They should just have the conversation.
Just have them provide comments
Comments.
to the staff.
Yes. Isn't that what council's looking for?
I think so.
Yes, I wasn't intending it as a meta issue, but that's fine. I'm good with that.
So instead of advice, it would be comments.
And to staff.
To me, yeah. Because it wasn't advice as to whether it was ambiguous. It's advice about the ambiguities is what I was asking for before. But
Let's just leave it at comments.
it's fine. That's where I was always going.
Okay. And then let's look at what we need to drop from here to provide comments to staff regarding just the TDM plan. Is that basically what we're saying? Yeah. So it would just, the language would be to staff, after to staff, it would be regarding the TDM plan. Maker and seconder, you guys good with those changes?
I'm good with the language. I'm good with the language, but if I could just apologize to the maker of the main motion as well as to the seconder. I believe they were supposed to speak on their motion.
For the substitute?
Before the substitute. Ms. Dump, another question. So on the main motion, Councilmember Tanaka and Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes should speak to their motion before I.
No, the procedure, if there's a substitute motion, the substitute motion comes first. And if the substitute motion does not pass, then you revert to the main motion.
Okay.
It says in the protocols that the maker shall be the first council member recognized to speak on the motion if it receives a second. The seconder shall be the second. And then secondary motions are listed later as the next item.
So
We
you're
didn't even
going-
have the chance to say
You're going back in
what the
time.
motion was about.
You're going back in time and saying there should have been an opportunity for you to articulate your motion. That's fine. And if the chair wishes to allow that exchange, you could do that now.
Sure. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your main motion?
I guess first thing is I have a question about the second substitute motion, but if I have to talk about the main motion, I'll just talk about the main motion. I think we just have a little bit of data, maybe 6 months worth of data, 2 quarters, that would inform a lot. And if there's a real big problem, we can make some corrections. So to me, having this run for 6 months is probably better than us trying to engineer something tonight when it's about midnight and trying to figure out how to do this, or even continue, because I'm not sure we're going to have much more data. We're still going to be where we are. So I think rather than us just kind of getting wrapped around the axle and hearing this yet again, where we, are still going to be debating, well, it should be this, that, or whatever. Let's let it run for a little bit and see what happens. And if there's, massive problems, then we'll fix it. And if not, we don't have to hear it again. So anyways, that's why I propose the main motion. And also it's really late.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I seconded this motion because I feel that what we've done is veered off course beyond what the original agendized item articulated. And my understanding was that the applicant was supposed to go back and put together a TDM that aggregated various documents that had been separate. They were supposed to put together a cohesive, well-organized and indexed TDM. And I believe they have done that. And I think that was what the directive of item 16 was. So that's why I'm in favor of this motion.
Thank you, and apologies having you speak after I make the substitute motion. So the substitute motion is going to be the amendment, and thank you to Councilmember Vinker for helping us, as well as Councilmember Burt. I am so sorry. Can I speak to so Well, I actually believe that with our actions, what we had decided in June 6th was actually misinterpreted. So I really think that there is a lot of inaccuracies as well as ambiguity in this TDM. And I think we need a better understanding, which is why the substitute motion, but also moving forward with establishing some trust with the different stakeholders. And I think that trust needs to start with City Council and staff, making sure that everything is transparent. And so hence the motion. Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, I agree with that, but I just wanted to add that, the school is looking for sort of a permanent roadmap, which is what they should have, with opportunities to make edits. And I don't think that there's going to be any difference in that if we wait 6 months, because the default right now is to do what we're kind of doing currently. So I don't think it obviates the first motion very much, but it gets focused on the things that the mayor just chatted about. So that's why I think that for tonight at midnight, that's the direction we should go.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the substitute motion and want to offer an amendment to include direct staff to include all trips when determining how ADT is calculated. And we all spoke to that most of us spoke to that quite a bit tonight, and appreciated Councilmember Vinker's deep dive into the actual text as well. That made it clear that it's ambiguous enough that I think we can include that tonight and not go beyond the spirit of the scope of our discussion tonight.
Councilmember Stone, I would like to encourage you to be a little bit less directive on this issue, because we do need to look at, wow, it's late. So it's a straightforward words that you use, but it's not a simple concept that you described. And the documents that the council approved clearly exclude some trips. So
If you have substitute language for
I
that.
don't, and I'm not going to rewrite a legal document at midnight. I'm not going to.
Legal document? I'm just saying, if you have
The record of land use action is a entitlement document.
No, I'm not asking you to rewrite that. I'm asking for
But that's what
language.
that's what this may do. So I would encourage the council not to be that directive tonight, because we've heard the discussion, and the school has heard the discussion. The neighbor stakeholders have heard the discussion. We have an opportunity to replay and listen to all the words again. So I don't think there's any lack of clarity about the intention of the majority of the council.
I mean, yes, but with all due respect, I thought we were very clear on these discussions on June 6th. And yet here we are with staff having misinterpreted our view of increase in enrollment as well as this. So I'd like to find some language to be able to include to show we intend for that direction to occur. I just don't want to get
what you need to do is to start a discussion that thoroughly explains what all trips are, and then give us the opportunity to take a look at that in light of the document that you approved, the record of land use action, and get advice on that. Is that a realistic project for this evening?
Well, I think we have the language in the original motion on June 6th, 7D, the school shall be responsible for traffic control, enforcing no parking drop-offs in unauthorized streets, areas, and monitoring of streets around school for student parking or drop-offs. I think that is what I'd like to see included in the actual in how we're calculating ADT.
Okay, so you're starting on that project. So the clerk's going to need to write that. And I think this is a question for council of whether we're really going to do this tonight. Because what the motion that you made is, to the extent there are differences between the motion that you made and the record of land use action, which is staff's best good faith effort to capture council's intention. And it is the governing legal document. So that is what we're going to need to look at very carefully in light of what you're now saying. So council's motion is not so much the touchstone for us as the official legal document that you approved. That is the entitlement for the project. So are we going to, he read some words. I need to look at them written down. We need to find them in the document and compare them to the record of land use action.
Can you add the motion from June 6th to the substitute motion, and that would be added in there to be carried forward?
Yes.
With this substitute motion?
Can I ask another procedural question?
70, yeah. The school shall be responsible.
Mayor?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah. The substitute motion only talks about neighborhood committee meeting with staff. We're not putting any restrictions on what their comments might be to staff. So are you intending, Vice Mayor, a different motion? Or are you intending the committee to evaluate this? Because one item is just having the committee meet with staff. Another item is giving direction to staff from council.
Well, sorry, so a question then for the maker and the motion and the seconder, is the intent of the substitute motion to just be we have staff work with the neighborhood committee to get some informal feedback, and then staff comes back with that feedback, and then we're at this again? Initially interpreted as we're intending to send it back and to have a revised version come back to us.
Mm-hmm.
And if that was not the intent, and that we're going to get another bite at this apple, then I can hold off on this. But I wanted to make sure that we're not in the same situation a few months from now.
Well, the intent of the substitute motion is to take what council comments were today, as well as all the comments from the public, so that they can take that into consideration, as well as to determine, should they decide to determine that ADT should involve, what does ADT actually involve? What is included in there, and whether it should be a monitor or count. So just all the correct words in ensuring that we do have a robust TDM that will do what a TDM does and not just partial. So I'm hoping that this meeting in its recorded state is the guidance and instructions for the review and comments.
And if I could, just for clarification, with the end goal of that effort be to come back to council with a revised or what have you, TDM plan.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps a simpler way, rather than articulating all of the elements of the prior action, would be to simply address the ambiguities in the calculation of ADT. That would be very specific. Or
So would it be to review ambiguities and provide comments to staff regarding the TDM plan?
Yes, with the presumption that a new draft would come back to council, as the city manager asked. So we could add that as well.
Where would you have it?
So I'll just say that would limit their purview to ambiguities. And that's what we talked about 25 minutes ago, was that giving them a bit broader ability to give comments to staff other than just ambiguities.
I mean, I think there are enough marching orders with what's there. If we wanted to add something like, based on the council discussion of August 7th, we could do that, but I think that's implied.
Maybe we just say omissions as you wanted before. I was trying to track the language here and then it appeared to be a meta thing and I didn't mean it that way, but failure to accurately describe is an omission. And then I think that Councilmember Burt, that would address your concern. Is that right?
Or to review inconsistencies?
Once again, you're narrowing.
Narrowing.
If you just let them provide input, they can provide it in any of those ways. And I'm sure staff has heard input tonight, but we didn't, if it's input that's not in a specific motion, how does staff know? They're going to look at what we said and see what they believe is valid and they want to bring back based upon the feedback that they also get from the neighborhood committee in the school. So just going to.
So leaving the substitute motion as is.
Yeah. That's what I would recommend.
I like your word input. So I was just kind of wondering if we could put, we can add provide input / comments to staff.
I don't think the word input adds anything.
Okay.
To comments.
So are you okay leaving it the way it is in our original substitute motion?
Yes.
All right.
But the question is, do we need the amendments?
I don't think so. You want it in?
Looking at the vice mayor.
Well, again, I mean, I think we do if our plan is to if we're saying we don't support the TDM plan as is, and here's what we want to see to improve it and add that additional teeth, then I think those amendments are necessary. But again, I think it's what was the intent as far as what we're trying to do as the next step. So my reading of the original motion too is there's no that we've got plenty of time because this needs to be approved by the time the occupancy permit is issued, and that's for a couple of years. So it depends what we want to do as far as the next step. I think we've been pretty clear on what on the issues with it as is, and so I'd like to see at least a couple of things saying we want to see this addressed.
So,
Mayor, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, if I may, because we do have time, and we've heard clearly the interest expressed on this issue of trips, I think staff could work with the substitute motion without the amendments, have the conversation, engage Castellea, and come back to you with another document that hopefully advances your interests and doesn't violate their rights, having received their record of land use approvals. I don't think we need the amendments to advance your expressed interest. And I think we know what to do with the substitute motion.
And Director Late, you said engage Castellea, but I would want to see that you engage the neighborhood committee as well.
That is understood, and clearly we will be engaging the neighborhood committee principally to understand the concerns expressed tonight and perhaps some other concerns that were not expressed because of the limited time. But to find a solution, we will also want to engage Castellea to find where there's opportunities for alignment.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are we okay with this? I'm waiting for attorney, city attorney and city manager.
Yes, ma'am. This will work.
Okay. So before we vote, I want to make sure that what Councilmember Burt also mentioned in regards to the number of students at the school, which is in our June 6, 2022 motion about number 3, construction and the enrollment of the students.
But Mayor, I think staff clarified that that's not on the agenda. They're going to take it up, but if we give direction, that's outside the agenda.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, then Madam Clerk, maybe.
Well, actually, I had my light on for some you're and I've never been called on, so I don't know if you're going to call on people with lights on or not.
Yeah, okay, I see it now. Go ahead, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, quick question. So if we do the substitute motion, what's the ramification on Castellea? Because I'm just wondering, I don't know when this will be agendized next. Because I imagine this could take some time. So what is the impact? What by delaying this, what happens?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember. I don't believe that there's any impact to their schedule. This has to be completed before occupancy, and we're a ways from doing that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, it is 12:08 and we have one last item. Do you want to defer it or do you want to? Oh, we have to vote. I was ready to go. Can you call the vote, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Ames,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. That concludes item number 16. We'll go to item number 17. It's 12:08. I want to ask my colleagues if you want to work on this one. It's a really fast one. Let's do it. Okay, thank you. Item number 17 is the designation of voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual 2023 Conference, which will be held on September 20th to the 22nd, 2023, Sacramento, California. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything on this?
We have no presentation, so really simply, hopefully a straightforward motion for council.
All right, so we're public comment. Do we have any public comments on this?
No request to speak on this item.
All right, awesome. I see Vice Mayor Stone.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
I move that we name Mayor Koo as the designated voting delegate and Councilmember Burt and Councilmember Vinker as our two alternative delegates.
And
Second.
And just to expedite it, I may not be at the full conference. So if Councilmember Vinker is going to be at the full conference, I defer to her to be the primary alternate. If we need two alternates.
I'm not sure there is a primary
Yeah, well,
alternate.
I don't think, and then there's probably no need to have me as an alternate, but I appreciate it.
And I'll just modify my motion to remove Councilmember Burt.
Was it, it was Councilmember Burt who seconded it or Councilmember Lowing?
Lowing.
Would you like to speak to?
I think it's been our past practice to name the mayor if the mayor is attending to be the primary.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing?
That works fine.
Okay. I don't see any lights. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes number 17. And our next item is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Just one request. We've had a lot of consternation expressed by neighbors of Fletcher School and Terman Park about the preliminary prospect of a land transfer swap with the school district. And we haven't had an opportunity to provide them with assurances that the council may wish to give that there would not be any intention to have any substantive changes in the access of the neighbors to that land if such a swap ever occurred. So I don't know when we are planning on having an agendized discussion. I think there was some talk about a closed session, but that would not provide any clarity for the neighbors on kind of high level intentions that I think are important to get out there. We might in a closed session look at other options, but just on this one, how do we get some assurance so that they're not assuming the council is considering things that the council may not be considering? Namely, any substantive changes to access to that land.
So we get back. So that was just a question that you
Well,
can get
it's
answered
it's a
later.
question. How do we need to agendize public discussion or what? But or I'll just put it as a request that we do agendize it. Maybe it can be followed up between the mayor and the city manager.
Okay. I don't see any other lights. I just want to quickly say that I want to make a plug for our many live entertainments, such as the concerts and plays. Many art organizations have struggled to recover from the pandemic. So I encourage all to support our local arts organizations, such as Palo Alto Players, West Bay Opera, Children's Theater, and Theater Work, which is celebrating their 20th anniversary New Works Festival from August 11th to 20th, 2023 at the Lucy Stern Theater. And thank you. I don't see any lights, so we're adjourned.